I'm not the one so far away. Where did that just come from? When I feel the snake bite into my veins, never did I wanna be here again. And I don't remember why I came. Voodoo, voodoo. Voodoo. I'm coming back again. I'm not the one who's so far away. Remember Voodoo? What up, Fishy Tricks? How you doing? Do you remember the song Voodoo by Godsmack? Were you a big Godsmack fan? I remember listening to... My buddy had downloaded a copy of Voodoo. Oh. Can we cheese this? Wait, how much can you cheese this? Huh. Not that that really matters, but...
Too soon.
Only one shot me. What up, Georgie? Homeboy just one shot me. I didn't know one shot was on the table. I also knew that I had rolled too early, but I was like, eh. I was surviving Doriani hits and Geonor hits. This will be fine. Actually, I survived Geonor's like one shot. Well, not one shot, but you know what I mean. Ho ho, wowie. I would like my minions to come back here. Ow. Well, but I was actively fighting. Wait, is this forever? Did I get XP from this? I do not. Does it generate drops? Why is this infinite? Huh. What up, cop? Also, oh, now can I hit you? Hold on. Stop fighting me for a second, hyena. I'm very busy.
Too soon.
Minions, come here. Well, alright. Well, this is broken. That? Did this generate XP? This did not. Okay, so this guy's just broken forever. Till I get back up into the fight. Sure.
I need more time.
Oh, also, if you just stand right next to me, it doesn't do any of his stuff. Well,
Ambush.
huh.
So
That fight's a lot
many
easier
corpses,
than you
so
think it is.
little time.
Well, minion buff really good. I love minions. Is it worth it to re-roll? If it's worth it to re-roll, I'll go. I think they were doing fine. I think they were doing fine before. I do not believe that this is anywhere near like what people would consider the meta builds to be. So that kind of comes down to how you see the world. I think they're doing fine. But my gear is also trash, and I haven't made it to endgame yet, so. Now, I can have a skeletal priest. Which is very important. Because skeletal priests are, of course, the future. And having a skeletal priest is very important for our societies to come together and be a part of something greater. And we got a Pokeball. I wanna be the very best.
What happened?
No one ever was. Brow, 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 brow. To catch them is my real test. To train them is my cause. Burner. Well. What? Oh? On and on, we'll win the fight. I just need to get on the caravan. Ciao, Georgie.
A roving village.
Go.
I also want to try to give this a whirl. That can go away. Is this? A mind rune, huh? Oh, a regular mind rune. Sure. You are nothing. What do you got? 12 to mana. Oh. Hello. Yes, in fact, I would enjoy that. Thank you. That amulet just say 33 spirit. That's a pretty good amulet, all things considered.
I am remain.
What's about the beast? All right, we gotta jet through Act 2.
You have your orders.
We got a jet set radio through here.
Why?
The Halan for glory.
I need so many more support gems. Shield charge. Got ingenuity. What is the other one? Cool down. Second wind. Shield charge for skeletal cleric also. Death March is interesting. I actually really like Death's March, but not for you. Also, I've been trying to get my skeleton warriors to do damage. That's just not a thing. What am I, stupid? Sacrificial, healing, and where did I put the other one? Yes, we'll do this, and heal. For the cleric, we will do I guess we just give them resistances, right? So they can stay up a little bit longer. Sure. And then I give them minion level. Do you know if they removed showing stats on the passive tree and you press shift on a node, it's not working for you? Showing stats on a passive tree. Oh, huh. I know what you're talking about. I think somebody like taught me this like last season and I didn't quite know what they meant by it. And yeah, it's not working. Is it only... Is it only certain ones? Because, like, they were like, oh, look at this, and you can see this. Yeah. I know it doesn't help you out a whole bunch, but... I'm also experiencing that.
Seems the Farad'n have been up to no good in the hills of Morden.
On and on we'd win the fight. I need a regal orb. Because this amulet sure says 30 something spirit plus a megaton of attributes. Oof. I really need to get up to mapping. Well, I need to finish the cruel experience. Put out a, hey, this is what I did for leveling. Here, what I think its strengths were. Oh. Also, what's down here? Okay, nothing. Cool. Do I care about any of this? Plague Swarm. The single word Plague Swarm.
Ready to hunt?
Am I ready to hunt? Yeah, Delwyn, let's fucking get it, bud. Oh, you're taking a hard right here.
Don't let up.
Come along, spirit. Where are those monsters?
No time to tarry.
Big boys with big 130 is insane. Absolutely. What just happened?
It's gone.
Too slow? What are you talking about? What? Were there just no elite mobs to get? What do you mean? I was on top of it. I was with it. I was outpacing it. What does too slow mean in this context? Alright, man. It's like, it's whatever, man. The checkpoint? With nothing? Oh, wow, 9 gold. What a fucking valuable checkpoint. Oh no, my spirit. Whoa. What's cool about this banner dude is that a lot of specters kind of suffer from this spirit lag where they kind of just get stuck and they stop working. But his aura even works when he's in spirit form, which is very interesting. Oh.
A lovely creature.
There we go. Easy. Which is version of Pokemon was a little bit easier to see. What up, Mike?
This lot were left down here to die. Or worse.
I forget what I need to do down here. Oh! Hello? The answer is die immediately. Within a moment, apparently. Oh, and now that chest is gone? Is that how that works? That sucks. I was excited about that chest. Mantis Rat is a 50. News this week. I wouldn't be surprised if we got a date for a date this week. Mantis Rat. What does Mantis Rat do? Because at 12% off, I could get 5, 6. I could get 44. I could have 4 of these bad boys running around with me. Rat Leap. Rat Strike deal 5% more attack damage, converts to lightning damage. These things do lightning damage? I'm gonna catch a Mantis Rat. This is like getting your first Rattata. Oh my god, I'm missing 1. Get rid of the Skeletal Cleric, sorry. What's going on, Nukem? I need to load up. I need to load up with the common use ones. Attack speed for sure. There's lightning infusion. There's conductivity. Attack speed, lightning infusion, conductivity. I don't know why I'm saying it like that.
What?
Disenchant. Actually, I don't want to disenchant. Oh, this is a new helmet. Oh, +1 Dominion skills, you say? Well, do. Well, slap me down and
Here
call
for a
me
story.
pizza. It's gonna be a long day. Need regal orbs. Come along, Mantis Rats. I need 1 more. Boopity boop. Chaos Switch and a Minion Lich in Frontalist. I mean, you could. It's not too bad to like swap stuff out. Pokemon, gotta catch 'em, a heart so true. Put my Pokeball in.
A lovely creature.
Mantis rat. I think get an embalmer up in here too. The passives kills you. Oh, sure. Yeah. That's big. All right, get my little guy in here. Mantis rats aren't terrible. Like, they're not awful. They're not good. Let's see how you handle this gentleman. They're not shocking, which is kind of shocking. Not great. Not the worst thing. Sincerely, not the worst thing I've seen. The shock rats aren't bad. Oh, mantis rat, sorry. Eradicate goes hard with Super Fang and Hyper Fang. See? You get it. What up, Morin? We just caught the mantis rat, and it's not like crazy good by any means, but it was kind of nice. It was kind of lit. I need other skeletal cleric. supports. Oh, this one does hits. Rip. What if I... No, that would be insane. Well, I just have this now. I just wasted it forever. Oh, that was fun. I fucking love picking up a Spectre and seeing what it does. What up, Trev? They really like, I don't know, that I'm glad it's finally in the game, I guess is the way to refer to it. Finding little Ratmons, what it's all about. The little mantis rats, they like do a decent amount of damage. I'm not really supporting them well enough right now.
Show you insane. Burn, oppressors!
Run!
Die!
Oh. That also kills you. Hey man, I should probably put some res in my gear. Oh, I have 68 fire res. What the fuck was that?
And iron, flesh and bone. What is the difference? Face of Faradun, mind of a insane? Ha! Perhaps that is true. Stand still.
Burn, oppressors!
Watch out!
For the king!
That thing just one-shots? Well, obviously not. I just don't have enough survivability, but like...
Fire and iron.
That's 68 fire res. What more do you want from me?
What is the
All right.
difference? Face of Faradun.
Just don't stand near you. Got it.
Mind of a insane?
I'll show you insane!
Blinding. Burn, burn, burn!
It's coming!
For the Faradun!
Bro. Sure, I wasn't looking, but like... Stop showing me I have a clear skill issue. I don't like that.
Insane? Perhaps that is true.
Deep breath! Blinding!
It's coming!
For the Faradun!
It's just such an unassuming attack.
Burn, oppressors!
Burn, burn, burn!
Stand still! Burn, oppressors!
Hey man, fun fact, if anybody's calling you the oppressor, you're probably the one in the wrong. Should really just sit down and take stock of what's kind of going on.
Burn, oppressors! Burn, oppressors!
Now!
Die, die, die!
Okay. The dreadnought on Cruel. Oh yeah, I'm about to have a bad time. My light res is at 12. Probably gonna have to bump that up.
A
Is there anywhere else to go in here?
defector.
No, right?
I admire those who resist tyranny.
Are you still in campaign? This is the Cruel campaign. So this is after Acts 1, 2, and 3. You run Acts 1, 2, and 3 on Cruel difficulty, and then you get to maps.
Greeting.
What?
And we have been steadily making our way to the Promised Land. Oh. Oh, great shield, you say? You know, I have something of a shield myself. Alright. +3 to... Is it dual leech projectile skill ED bow good? Does anybody care about bows? Let's go find out. Increase physical damage, projectile skills. Leech. Huh. Nobody sells bows? Am I doing something wrong? Oh, okay. Oh, I see what's happening now. Damn, dude.
Do not wander.
I need to salvage. I need to disenchant. I need to check my strength. How much intelligence do I need? I need 106. I need 106. I need 106. I need 106. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I want to put on the shield. I need a little bit more strength, which I would get from this. Nice. Daniel, I don't currently have a build. You can do !Infernalist. And that'll get you closer. Alright, so we have a decent shield now. That's pretty lit.
Do not wander.
Yeah, that's a good shield. I mean, it's a fine shield. It's got, you know, 4 good stats. Return to the cavern's lead cart to question the defector. See my ascendancy? Sure. So I'm on 4 points right now. So you pick up Soulless Form first, then you pick up Necromantic Conduit. Then I'm going to pick up Blackened Heart. And then I'm going to pick up the gem slot. If you don't have a good gem to put here, you can pick up Eternal Life for now. You just have to remember that you can't heal. So you should only do this if you're already on Mind Over Matter or have a huge amount of energy shield.
I know, but there is another warm night.
So, yesterday,
The outdoors let us.
even though I ended stream late and wasn't feeling good due to tummy problems, we went to the gym. And I said, hey, I don't want to run. Like, my stomach hurts and I'm feeling pretty weak. So, you know, we're going to have to take it easy. And my girlfriend's like, yeah, I'm not feeling it too. We got there at like 9 something. And after trying the rowing machines, which were just broken, I was like, all right, I guess I'm going to go run.
How wonderful.
And she's like, all right, yeah. She had a headache. She's like, yeah, I'm not going to go crazy, but like, I'll do some light cardio. Oh, please stop. What? Hello? Did I get stunned in the game? Was that a desync? What was that? Who knows? Nobody's quite sure. But I started walking. I do like 0.5 miles just walking, just to warm up a little bit, and then I typically will then run for 1.5 miles at whatever my highest speed I've been able to do it at. And I had gone up to 7 miles an hour. And I was like, all right, that's cool. And then the next time I went to go run, and my fucking legs were killing me, and I was like, all right, I guess I'm doing 6 miles an hour. And the difference between running at 6 miles an hour, meaning a 10-minute mile, and running at 7 miles an hour, which doesn't put you too much lower, but still is like, 1/6 faster. For somebody who just started doing cardio, that sucks. But I got up there. And started running, and I just went, fuck it, I guess. And I just set it to 7 miles an hour, and I just did my 1.5 miles there. Went by faster than I was expecting it to. Felt pretty good about that. Then I did the full 1.5 miles. I was pretty proud of myself. I was like, all right, that sucked. I was super winded. My heart rate definitely topped out above my goal rate, but like, what can you do? And then we were like trying to like hit a bench, trying to hit like one of the lifting machines. The one opened up. Skill gem. One opened up, and we're like, all right, we're here. Let's do it. And I did, my current PB on bench is 110 pounds. And hit that. First set was hard. The next set was just as hard. And I did do my full 3 sets of 12. I had to take breaks like halfway through them. And by the 3rd set, I was like pretty much like maxed out stressed from what I could do. But it was cleaner than the sets I had done before. So I'm going to take that as a W. So I haven't been able to like PB again, but I also wouldn't really say that I have a clean 3 sets at my current maxed weight.
Good
So
timing. The spirit is near. Quick, get after it.
I'm not going to be too upset about getting the sets cleaner.
Stay on it.
And then I went to do my squats. and I'm spent. I am very, 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 very tired at this point. But for squats, I don't feel like I've been kind of anywhere near my max. It's just the bar fucking hurts, and I have really, really bad circulation. That's just like a truth of me. I just have like low blood pressure and bad circulation. So the major issue with me doing squats hasn't even been the weight. It has been I get through 3 or 4 of them, even taking a second to breathe in between, and I just like I just start losing consciousness. I've passed out in the past. I feel like I'm going to pass out, so I just have to like take rests, and it makes the sets take a very, very long time. But I bumped up to 170, which is what my current body weight is at. So I'm now squatting my body weight, and I did my full 3 sets of that, and that was not bad at all. Although at 170 is that's definitely not how I say that. 170 is where I first felt like I was fully engaging like the muscle groups. I was still able to like squat all the way down, squat all the way up, and then go up onto my toes. So I still think I'm kind of nowhere near my max weight. But I need to buy one of those fucking things you put on the bar that like cushions it or something. Which Spectre am I using? Right now I'm using the best boy. He is a Val Embalmed Bearer. At his current level... Oh, why do I have so much spirit? Oh, right. I have spirit on my necklace. Do I want 2 of these? Does 2 of them do anything? I don't believe 2 of them is doing anything. Hold on. Because I could very easily have a Storm Mage now. No, 2 of them doesn't. But right now he's granting me 37 life regen per second. He also like drains this much. The damage doesn't really matter what he drains, but basically he just like helps to keep all of my minions topped off. And it's a huge amount of regen too. So I've found boss fights where it helps me to kind of stand in range of the boss when they're just doing chip damage attacks, so I can make sure that all of my auras are applying to all of my minions. I'm the only player with no Veil Guards. I'm just enjoying Arsonists, and I don't really have a setup that would empower Veil Guards. But he gives a life regen aura, and it helps my minions stay alive. And it helps me to regen if you run out of flasks. He's just really nice for his survivability. As long as you're not getting one shot, he generally keeps you topped off. Running kills me, but walking 3 to 4 miles an hour at an incline keeps my heart rate in the 160, 170s. That's very nice. Walking backwards. We actually used to do, so for people who have missed the lore, I was actually a parkour instructor for a number of years. And like a practitioner. And a lot of the training that we did was actually backwards. Like I would do backwards long jumps and backwards precisions and backwards vaulting. Mostly as like a lark, but honestly it was like really, really good. You've never been more confident than you have been while knowing that you could safely maneuver through the universe backwards, honestly.
Visions of Jedi.
Oh no, we're both spawning Poison Cloud. Who's this who's?
Face me.
Ma'am.
Kundek. Atul. Atul. Nakai.
Atun. I agree.
Daria. Oceans of Jara.
Hello, ma'am.
Sun's wrath. Face me. Take. Akbaria. Take.
Oh,
Face me.
please, ma'am.
Take. Kundek. Atul. Face me. Oh, you sting like the scorpion. Mists of tsunami. Darakana. Kundek. Face me. Atul. Daria. Take. Nakai. Atul. Take mists of tsunami.
Ma'am.
Darakana. Kundek.
Oh, please, minions.
Nakai.
Why? Okay, easy. Padded noodles you can wrap. Yeah, so this gym is
In a coin. How fun.
sometimes does. They sometimes have the little noodle. They most of the times do not. This will not grant ascendancy. Then what the fuck is the point? What's the point? Regal orb. Hold on, what am I trying to accomplish here? I'm trying to make room. Thank you. But this one just like, it's just kind of gone sometimes. So I assume it's somebody's personal one they leave behind, but it is just there often. Saw Crip using a bunch of Val bombers. Yep. They are Val Guard. Yep. A lot of people are using them. I have one. I'm just not currently using it. What can they do besides healing? That's all they do. They just kind of sit there and they soak damage and they heal.
Who goes there? The traitor. I will tell. Goodbye.
It's like having a really, really effective cleric. Oh.
Care for a story?
Visual is very cool. The visuals are just like the arsonist.
Care for a story?
I've heard a couple people talk about like it overwhelming the screen and it being like very visually cool. But I don't quite understand why. Maybe mine just weren't attacking fast enough, which definitely could be the case.
Stay in sight.
Pokeball, Regal Orb. Oh, that's very nice. Oh, we're just getting good stuff. Okay. Sure. Another Pokeball. I mean, we could go back to him. Oh, do I have a jeweler's orb? I haven't got, I dropped like 8 jeweler's orbs, and then I didn't drop one for a while. Valgard. No, this only has 2. Rip. I can have a decent amount of them at this point. When I get a... When I get another jeweler's orb, I can try it out. How much are lesser jeweler's orbs going for? Oh, I also want to regal orb this. God damn it. Dude, I just like need to be in mapping where I could have unlimited regal orbs. Blizzard posted their roadmap? All right, everybody, we have to go look at Diablo 4's roadmap real quick. We have a roadmap. Okay, so this is where we're at right now. Witchcraft. This is the next season. Belial's return, boss powers, quests, and reputation board. Sure. Apparition incursion activity, which I think they need to beef up a pretty good amount. I got a new pet. Everybody likes pets. New IP collab. Who's the IP collab? Two-year anniversary, which is crazy. Permanent additions at this point. Obviously, we got the armory, whisper updates. Sure. New lair bosses, Belial, Urivar, and Harbinger. Very fun fights. Lair boss updates, although they need to remove that timer. Reliquaries, which is what I think the new battle pass system is. Season's journey update. Next season is Sins of the Horadrim. Horadric powers, I think they're going to get roasted for there being powers each time. Quest and reputation board, sure. Dungeon escalation. Dungeon escalation. Earnable pet. Permanent additions, new Nightmare Dungeon activities. Okay. Console, keyboard, and mouse support. That's actually kind of lit. That's huge, actually. And more. Okay. Infernal Chaos is the last season of this year. Infernal Chaos, like Infernal Hordes. Yeah, so we're doing Infernal Hordes update. Chaos Powers Quest Minute, Infernal Hordes, Unable Pet, new IP, more to come. 2026 is the next expansion. What is this symbol? Is this symbol anything? This is the Haradrim symbol, sure. Witchcraft, this is Belial. Okay, with the eyes. So Sins of Haradrim is only a 2-month? October, November, December. What is this symbol? Are there lore nerds in chat? What's this symbol? Well, mic drop. So we know Witchcraft ends on April 29th. And since this says July, May, June, July, we assume the end of July. So we're at the end of July. You have August, September, 2 months. Then the end of September goes October, November, December. Doom Medieval just released, that will be the collab. I could see that. Doom collab makes sense. Because this is April 29th, Witchcraft ends. So we're already at the end of April here. 3-month season. May, June, July. We're at the end of July. We walk into Sins. August, September. What does IP collab? Working with another game or something along those lines to like do like skins. So like, you know, Call of Duty did a Diablo collab where they brought like Lilith and Arya skins in. is a T. Is this the same size? No, it's not. Huh? No, it's not. I think there's legit nothing behind there. I think there's legitimately nothing behind there. What? If it's a roadmap, give me the roadmap. Somebody said Riker had a video up. Yeah, dude, I'm a fucking adult. When your appetite for continued demon slaying across Sanctuary, whet your appetite with a look at our 2025 roadmap. The Age of Hatred kicked off with the launch of Diablo 4 and Lilith's Resurrection, was protracted by Mephisto's resurgence in Vessel of Hatred throughout 2025. Experienced the spread of Mephisto's influence through a new... Thank you, Mike. Through new seasonal themes and quest lines as we draw closer to release of our second expansion in 2026. Fires of the Burning Hells go with regular this year in addition to our new seasonal content and permanent game additions. You'll see on the roadmap that we're bringing 2 IP collaborations into Diablo 4 this year. We can't shed light on them currently, but we're extremely excited to meld the Diablo universe with universes that complement its dark themes. Here's a deeper look at a handful of features arriving in 2025. Belial's Return. Return to Nightmare Dungeons with new activities and interactions let you progress the dungeon's intensity as you hunt down the Barons of Hell. Infernal Chaos, Infernal Hordes update. Infernal Hordes becoming more chaotic as we put new choices into your hands, plus advanced options between Infernal Waves. Between Infernal Waves. Will arrive 2 quality of life updates. Beyond seasonal updates, there are other permanent additions coming to Diablo 4. Frequently requested feature, keyboard and mouse support for consoles. Give you more control over how you experience Sanctuary once it arrives. Core system updates are coming to both the Battle Pass and Seasonal Journey, ensuring these features evolve in ways that are more rewarding. Many of the updates coming in 2025 are a result of your feedback. Your thoughts are vital to Sanctuary's boop 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 boop. Worms X Instagram. Call it Twitter. Call it Twitter. Fuck Elon Musk. Homeboy literally died to fucking Borrower. Got trolled in chat, couldn't figure out how to turn off whispers. Top 7 hardcore ladder couldn't turn off whispers. A fucking loser. Okay.
Hey folks, this is
Exclusive interview. Alright, Riker. Alright, my beautiful boy. My beautiful, wonderful man. Oh, I like Brent Gibson. He's a very cool guy. Brent Gibson is a very, very cool man. 27 minutes, if that's what it takes. Grab some snacks. We're watching Riker's video. By the way, go give Riker some love. Hold on. Not that he needs me, you know, out here fighting the good fight for him. But go give. Alrighty, go ahead and give Riker some love. There you go. Not that he needs me out here, but we are fanboying. And let's phenomenal.
This is Riker, and we just got the
I can't hear.
reveal of the 2025 roadmap for Diablo 4. Here's the roadmap right here, but
Also, real quick, the thing behind me is just the stuff from Witchcraft. We've already done this. We're not learning about this. We've already done that, just so I'm not blocking nothing.
I also got an exclusive interview with Brent Gibson, game director on Diablo 4, to ask him about basically what is just a whole bunch of teasers for what we can expect for Diablo 4 coming in 2025 and beyond. On the road.
So to very quickly just like give my opinion on the things that I saw already here, I won't waste too much of your time. We're going to watch all of Riker's video and get a sense of it. But without hearing Brent Gibson's side of the story, my initial thought was that while this is very good and there's very good stuff in here, I don't like that in this roadmap, we're not getting the details about the stuff that's being teased on the roadmap. So we already knew basically everything here coming in Belial's Return. We've already seen the season. We have the PTR for it. So now we just need to know what changes they're making based off of that. We learned about the IP collabs. Those are definitely cool. My chat's thinking that this one's going to be Doom, since the new Doom Medieval is releasing. But we also already knew a lot about this. So from my perspective, without, being overtly, aggressive here or hostile, this part right here entirely of the roadmap is stuff we already have, stuff that we already know. So we have to look past this for what we're learning about in, here in this part of it. So we get the idea of what the new seasons are going to be for the rest of the year. So this season is going to run end of April to July. The interesting part here is that if they keep the 3-month season here, which it looks like they're doing, July will only be a 2-month season, because it will be the end of July and then August, September, because, Witchcraft season had to go longer to finish cooking on the next season coming up, season 8. And then we're going to have the 3-month here. So end of September into October, November, December is going to be the last season. So we get, Herodric powers. I think people are going to roast a little bit because it's like powers. It's not necessarily what people are looking for. I think people have made it like abundantly clear that they would like something more than just powers. I personally like the powers. I think it's perfectly fine. I think this is the exact same thing as getting like a different type of crafting personally, but like, that's just, it's apples to oranges at that point. It just comes down to your personal taste. But I like the idea of dungeon escalation here. If you go read the blog post, they give you a little bit more information about the dungeon escalation concept. Returning to Nightmare Dungeon, new activities and interactions let you progress the dungeon's intensity. So what does dungeon intensity mean here? Dungeon intensity says a lot to me, something like the mine cages, which we had previously, which could upgrade the difficulty of the hell tides. It sounds a lot kind of like, a little bit maybe like an Atlas passive tree. I'm not going to get my hopes too insanely high here. But I think a thing that Diablo 4 gets a lot of flack for is the fact that like we really don't have meta progression and we can't really tailor content to be more valuable to us. We lack farming strategies. We lack a lot of what you could do in Diablo 2 with your different builds. Maybe you just fight bosses, maybe you farm cows, maybe you only do elite farming, or something like Path of Exile where you can literally choose to just be super good, just the giga chat of killing bosses. That's all that you do. So that content with bosses is better for you. So I'm hoping that dungeon escalation is something like that, being able to tailor Nightmare Dungeons to be valuable for you outside of what they currently do, which is basically just Opticite farming, since even farming gear there isn't particularly valuable. But that would be a very cool thing. I do love the console mouse and keyboard support. It's just good that it's coming down the lines. You could argue it should already have been there. What can you do? I can't do anything about that, but I think it's really good that it's coming down the line. And then the last season of the year before we get the expansion being the update to the Infernal Hordes, which they highlight here as not only more chaotic with more choices, but advanced options as well between the waves, which I'm kind of interested to know what that means. Like, are we going to be able to go into different Infernal Horde arenas and then also get the update to things that like Soul Spires just kind of suck? Everything other than doing Hellborn just kind of sucks. And can we make Infernal Hordes like truly insanely random and RNG heavy? Because if you didn't know, even on top of the options, there's just cool spawn events in the Infernal Hordes. There's just a butcher just shows up. Now you can pick it, but it can also just happen randomly. There's also the one where like multiple, fallen shaman spawn and then half of the map goes into red flame waves. Just random stuff like that. I'd love to see more of that. That's what it kind of sounds like, because we're also getting chaos powers here. So maybe more RNG, more events, more things happening. And then down here, the end of it is new expansion. We knew that was coming. New ranking system. Ranking system in addition to leaderboards is a very interesting thing. Is this the return of the gauntlet? Is this pit ranking? What are leaderboards mean if it's not a ranking system? These two things here being separate is very interesting. The thing that kind of grinded my gears a little bit, no pun intended, is teasing the new with the... Oh wow, this picture is so much more clear. Why is that picture so much more clear? This picture here is completely fire covered, and I got this one from here. Oh, hold on, we're seeing this in real time. So this is completely covered, but in this roadmap that he has, it says, okay, so it's new class. We would assume that a new class is coming in the expansion. That's what this one says. I just find it weird that these two graphics are completely different. So who knows? Maybe they didn't know they had two different pictures here. All right, I take my gripe away. I didn't like that this was completely covered in the picture that's posted on Twitter, Adam Fletcher's Twitter. We were actually like literally like going in and changing out the, like changing the gamma and stuff, trying to figure out what it was. But right here, it clearly just says new class. Okay, so that's cool. Enough of me yapping. That's kind of how I feel. I would have liked to see a little bit more out of the roadmap. But that being said, if this is what's coming, it's good to know. And I like that this wasn't, you can clearly see that this says new class. And I'm most excited for the difference between new ranking system and leaderboard, those being two different things. 2, Infernal Hordes getting a remake because it's desperately needed one, and Dungeons having escalation, which sounds a little bit to me like Atlas map, which I'm very, very excited about. Or I'm sorry, Atlas passive tree, not Atlas map. Very, very different concept. All right, let's get back to Riker. Let's go.
Roadmap, we see what to expect in Season 8, Belial's Return, as well as Season 9, Sins of the Haradrim, and Season 10, Infernal Chaos, as well as what's going to be permanent additions to the game, separated out at the bottom here. So take a moment to take in what you're seeing right now on the screen. We're going to move now into the interview with Brent Gibson, where we're going to talk point by point on what a lot of these things could mean.
Brent Gibson is an absolute GOAT. I love Brent. He's really awesome to talk to. He's really awesome to work with. I had my first opportunity to meet him when we got flown out for the expansion reveal and the Spiritborn reveal. Dude's an absolute nerd. If you think you know a lot about Diablo lore in general, I promise you Brent knows just about as much as you do. He out-nerded me as well, which I was very impressed with. I also like, is this motocross? A sick helmet back here. It's a really, really cool study. I've gotten to see this before. Dude's just like, it just smells like rich mahogany, I'm pretty sure. But Brent is absolutely awesome. I'm really glad that he's continuing to be at the forefront for like expansion development, and just overall like a big position as far as the game's development path.
So our first ever Diablo 4 roadmap, and the first thing that strikes me, we are seeing content, first off, all throughout the rest of the year, but it's not just season, 8, 9, 10. We're actually getting season names here with a few bullet points of what to expect. I didn't realize you guys had season themes planned out so far in advance. We're season 7 now. Did you guys, is this the norm, or for purposes of building a roadmap, did you guys have to commit to stuff further in advance, stuff that normally would be more in flux?
Great
well,
question.
I think for the first time we're in a position where we can do this. When the game released, the base game released, we were getting an influx of all of this feedback, right? And so we were trying to figure out the right order and operation to continue to iterate on the game and address that feedback. So we were very reactionary in that state. But the closer we got to expansion 1 with Vessel of Hatred, things started to become clearer and clearer on what we should be going after. And so
this is such an important point, I think, is kind of hard to recognize. And, people have been saying this the whole time, like, do they know where they want to take the game? What direction are they going with the game? What do they want the game to be? And credit where credit's due. We're finally at the point where, okay, they actually do know what they want the game to be. They have the game that they do. They have an expansion under their belt, which was another hard reset as far as systems and progression. And now what they're iterating on is what the game should more permanently look like. And the vision for how they're going to get there is more set in stone as far as what they want to accomplish. Now, they obviously, and everybody makes jokes. There's a great Frosty LaRue video about them saying feedback. Hate on Blizzard all you want. Be an absolute stand for any other game, any other developer. Just about every single thing that's happened to the game has come at the direct request of feedback from the community. And you could argue maybe it shouldn't need to be like that, but I'm personally glad that it is, because I've never played another game where, even outside being a partner, just being a part of the community, just being a player of the game, where the players have basically gotten to demand that the game change, and the developers seriously consider that and enact a lot of them in very meaningful ways. And it's just very cool that now that we know what the game is and what the game can do and what they want the game to do, they can actually start moving towards that, as opposed to playing catch up, which they have been since, like, they've been playing catch up since before the game was fully released. And I really want to highlight that, because this is, you know, we've had like Diablo 4 2.0 like 3 times now. This is really Diablo 4 2.0. So I'm excited to see what they do with that.
So we're finally in a state where we have a very strong idea of what we want to do with the game, which allows us to kind of project out and create some fun themes and brainstorm a little more freely. And we're finding ourselves in more of a proactive state than a reactive state. So largely that's where that comes from. And then secondarily, like we want to hold ourselves to pushing this game and continuing to add really great stuff to it. We want to be able to polish it, and in order to polish it, we need to know what parts of the game need that attention, so that we are in a great position leading into 2026 with the expansion, which we want to make sure we're in a great spot to build upon everything that we have.
I need to make sure to not just nod my head continuously. The thing I want to point out is that this is a really great question from Riker. I don't think people necessarily appreciate it. Asking the question, hey, we have all these season themes. This is how far out it is. Is this because you're in a good place, or because you had to deliver this roadmap? And that's kind of a pretty hard-hitting question. That's like really like, hey, admit your faults and give us insight into whether or not you all even feel like, you know, you're succeeding. Obviously, Riker says it's super polite and it's just an insightful query, but like, that's a pretty rough question to ask, and I think they're doing a great job with it here.
You touched upon being proactive versus reactive. You've historically been very reactive. Mm-hmm. Moving forward, do you think with a firm roadmap, will it be harder to be reactive, or are you affording yourself some room in there for that reactivity in case something were to come up?
Yeah, that's a great question. You know, as you get further into the year, we know that we're going to discover something. Mm-hmm. And so we want this really to be a living document where today we're talking about this stuff. We have a lot of commitment to going after these things. But if we get a few months down the road and there's something that really needs to be looked at, we're going to do what's right for the game. And so we're giving ourselves that flexibility while trying to really drive towards a target. And so, you know, 3 months from now, 6 months from now, we may be talking about some differences on the roadmap, and then we'll have something to talk about at that point, and it's going to be largely driven by the fans that are playing the game. So feeling pretty good that we have a plan that we can get out there with and have conversations with folks like yourself.
Wonderful. All right, well, looking at the specifics in the roadmap, we see in a couple places a new IP collab. For those who don't know, an IP is an intellectual property. So like Diablo is an intellectual property. Other games, you know, it could be a movie, whatever, other universes or other IPs. Evidently, you can't speak to what those IPs may be, but for a Diablo 4 player, what does a new IP collab mean? Is it new shop skins? Is it new events? What kind of scope can we expect?
Yeah, the spirit behind a collaboration is to find dark fantasies that fit really well with our dark fantasy, right? And so, you know, first off, the goal is to make sure that we're true to the brand and we're not doing anything that is actually jeopardizing that cool dark identity that we have.
Is KFC chicken sandwiches dark? I guess it's dark meat. No, I'm just messing with them. You know, you just do stuff. You get stuff out there. I was excited about the chicken scythe and all of that. No, but these sound like as opposed to just like, you know, an advertisement run, a little press run. This is more like, you know, cool overlap. So again, probably Doom is probably up there. Doom kind of fits into the whole idea. Can I be Doomslayer? Am I going to have the Doom guy outfit? Maybe.
The other portion of this is that we are role-playing in this game these crazy power fantasies. And we're inspired by things all of the time. You know, we read many books, we watch many shows, we play many games, and every once in a while you come across something you're like, yeah, that fits. That fits. And so the goal is to come out with.
That's 5e, right? Is this 5e? He has many leather-bound books in his rich mahogany. I think these are 5e? Maybe? That's got to be like the Book of Lorath or something. Those look like 5e player books.
With a whole suite of cosmetics that allow you to role play inside of that fantasy inside of the Diablo universe. And so you'll see, we got the new reliquary system coming up. We'll probably talk about that a little bit. And that gives us a great platform and opportunity to offer some of those collabs.
So no Hello Kitty Island Adventure, but
no.
The World of Warcraft skins, would that be an example of an IP collab? The ones that we already got?
Yeah, that's like an internal one, right? Like it made a lot of sense, and it's inside Blizzard, which, we know we have fans that play both games very deeply. But we want to branch out a little more than that, so I'm not going to spoil what the collab is. But we definitely don't want to go down the route of, rainbow armor and French fry swords. We got to be, we don't I say it often, like, don't betray the brand. But there is a lot of opportunity out there that is super cool.
You hit upon reliquaries. I think we're going to learn more about those soon. Anything you can tease about them in the interim?
Yeah, looking at the way that we were approaching battle passes was kind of like the old way of doing things. It didn't give the player a lot of control or agency over what they wanted to go after. And so we are going after something a little more modern that breaks things up in a way where players can be more specific about the things that they are chasing from a cosmetic standpoint. So, whether it be seasonal theme stuff that they're chasing, or we have a collab that's out there, this will give the players a lot more choice along the way.
So that sounds like, because they point out the battle pass right now is very old, right? You buy the battle pass, you unlock the things in the battle pass. The bottom track gives you more freemium currency, and the skins have 2 more graphics effects on them, right? I think a really good example of the battle pass that I felt very invested in finishing was Helldivers 2. I think Helldivers 2 has a very good battle pass. I really like the idea of battle passes where if you are willing to grind in game, you can unlock this stuff, or you can support the game financially and get a boost to when you get those things. And the cool part about the battle pass in Helldivers is that, like, maybe I do not care about this heavy recon armor. Maybe I only care about this, like, light kind of like Dune style kind of, tactical, whatever. You've played Helldivers 2, you know what I'm talking about. And I'm wondering if that's what we're going to see, kind of the more like, here's the page, here's how many freemium currency points you got. You can unlock these things. If you get the battle pass, you get them all throughout it. A more modern battle pass, something that is basically like more fun to click things. And you get to like see, you get to see the preview of it right there. It immediately gets put onto your character, that kind of thing. Something along those lines, which I think would be a lot more interesting. Because I know a lot of the player base that, a lot more of the casual player base, the things that people say to me, they're like, I get in, I do my season's journey, I unlock everything in the battle pass, I play 1 or 2 characters, and I log off until next season, which is perfectly valid. And I think that if people literally were just more invested in the stuff that they were unlocking during the season, they would just get more bang for their buck. They would get to enjoy the game for longer. And that means that the dollars that they spent were of higher value to them, regardless of whether or not you personally buy the battle pass. A lot of people really like it, so I'm glad they're trying to modernize it. Calling it reliquaries is like, I guess I'll have to see what that means. But calling it reliquaries is like, it's more in theme. It's less like fourth wall breaking, like you're playing Diablo 4, you are the Wanderer, she who has killed Lilith, and click your battle pass to get your battle mountain, your battle point. You know what I mean? It's just like it's a bit more in world, which I also like.
So we've had Loot 2.0, Progression 2.0, Reliquaries are basically Battle Pass 2.0?
That I think that's fair to say. Yeah.
All right. We also have here a Season Journey update. Anything you can tease there?
Yeah, of course. You know, when we look at the season's journey, it was so directly tied to the battle pass. And with us moving to reliquaries, it allows us to open up growth for the season journey itself. And so moving forward, you know, we can do some great, interesting things like nesting objectives inside of chapters now. So you can have a major objective that has smaller objectives that build up to it, nested in, and we can start rewarding you inside of the season's journey itself with rewards along the way. And so there's more granularity to getting rewarded, so you don't have to finish an entire chapter to start seeing some of the benefits from that. So it kind of breaks the handcuffs off and allows us to do a lot more, and that's something that we'll continue to invest in as we go along the way.
I really like that concept. There's two parts to it. The season's journey offers a really good opportunity for the game to tutorialize what's happening in the season, to get players on board and to make sure that players have seen all the different content types. Like, have you done a cellar? I don't know if you have. Go down and do some cellars. The thing that kind of sucks, though, is especially, I always felt like if you're kind of just blasting, you progress far past the season's journey, but it's like, you didn't go back and you didn't get seeds of corruption from the PvP zone. So even though you've killed T4 Duriel, you are still on Season's Journey 3. It's like, I mean, okay, sure. And then like you go and do that one thing, you unlock like 6 of them in a row. So I like the idea of it being not like a tree. They're not saying a tree here. The idea of nested content or nested objectives. It's like doing these 4 things that make sense to do together, get you these bonuses so that when you go to do the harder to accomplish thing, you've already gotten some loot, you've gotten some caches, maybe you've gotten some experience, or you've unlocked some aspects that are relevant to the build of that season, whatever it is. So I think that's a really, really good change. Another great question from Riker, because you could just as easily have like said like, oh, okay, we're getting season journey update, you know, anything like big, but this is actually like a very good insight into what we should be expecting.
On the topic of the season journey, we've seen in the past people feeling the need to complete content in Torment 4 in order to complete the season journey. Now, you guys have recently said that the objective is for 10% of players to be hitting Torment 4. Does that mean we're going to see a shift in what kind of goals there are in the season journey?
Yeah, you know, one of the overarching things for 2025 is to, you know, bring challenge back into the game. Now, I want to be really specific. It is not to turn the game up to 10 for everybody. This is a game that is about the way I play. I like to log in. I like to just relax. It's my end of the day stress reliever. And so we're not going to do anything that jeopardizes that. But there are players that really like to be tested. And so getting to a spot with some of our activities and some of our guided systems like this to create those spikes in the appropriate places is something that we want to continue to look at season upon season. So it's like what you see with what some of the power adjustments that we're putting into season 8. You know, we take a look at what the boss layers look like. Is there something we can do there? We know we got a lot of high-end players in that activity. What does that mean? But we also don't want to lose the accessibility. And so it's a dance as we go along. I heard your stream where you're talking about some people like cake, some people like pie, and that is the dance we're doing. I like cake, by the way. My brother likes pie. But you know,
there are 2 good pies in the universe. These are the only 2 good pies. Feel free to roast me down in the comments if you made it this far. The only 2 good pies are lemon meringue pie and Boston cream pie. All other pies are sad fruit. You should eat fruit raw because raw fruit feels better in the mouth. And apple pie is garbage. I said it. I'm not afraid to say it. Pumpkin pie is also like kind of good. It depends on what you put on top of it. But there you go. That's what I got. I'm much more a cake person. Although I really hate like really sugary like the like Stop and Shop or whatever your grocery store is, like the really sugary frosting. That's garbage. Give me a Carvel ice cream cake. There we go.
We're not gonna sacrifice one for the other, and we're gonna continue to play that dance and getting to the game where it needs to be for everybody.
It's a tough dance. It's a tough balance to strike for sure. So looking forward at season.
Okay, this is really important. I thought of a third pie. Chocolate cream pie is also very good, which is basically just Boston cream pie, but different. I actually don't know I don't know if those two things are different. We're going to get back to Diablo, but I just want to put that out there. There are 3 good pies in the universe.
9 here, Sins of the Haradrim. I know previously we've seen teases. I think it was we've seen teases that we'd see a familiar face returning for a previous season. Given Haradrim are people that we've tended to know in lore, might we see any familiar faces, or we can't talk to that?
Well, I can tell you that continuity is a piece of feedback we get a lot. You know, if you look at season 5, we referenced Lilith and the way that impacted that faction. You know, you saw it in the dialogue. Is probably one of our most charismatic NPCs we've ever had. And so we know that continuity of like what's happening in the world, or what has happened in the world, is pretty important. And so season upon season, you're going to see that connective tissue kind of filtering in and leading us down a road, no pun intended with the roadmap, getting us to the next expansion. And so I won't share the details, but you know, the Haradrim is a very strong theme in the game. And I mean, anybody who played base game, clearly it's a big part. But for those who haven't, you know, our lore is very deep. We have some really cool themes that have more story to tell that we haven't already. And so, yeah, that'll be a pretty interesting season.
We see we're going to.
So to speak on that very quickly, one of the very interesting and early on declarations or explanations that we got from the developers is that seasons should only be considered to be side stories which are not integral to the overall story of the game, and that we would only see major plot developments in expansions. But what I find very interesting about that statement that he just made there is that the stories in the seasons will be leading you down a road to the expansion, which is pretty drastically changes what the impact of these things are. Now, oddly enough, there are people who play this role-playing game for the roleplay, for the lore, for the story. I find it so hilarious when people like get angry that there are side quests with story, or that an NPC is talking, which I think is just like, you know, to each their own, sure. But if I could pick a side, if I could get up on a high horse, arguably one of the strongest things about the Diablo franchise is the goddamn story of Diablo. And the idea that you would ever be put off by the fact that this role-playing game is trying to give you lore is just, it's low energy. I'll leave it at that. But that being said, that's a pretty drastic change from, oh, you know, the seasons are just like little standalone things. You know, it kind of doesn't matter. They're just cool. They'll be in the world, but like, you know, it's not going to inform the expansion, right? Like, what did Lord Zir in the, you know, the season of Season of Blood have to do with Nahantu? Absolutely not. Nothing, right? It's just like, oh, there were, you know, some of the original Nephilim got into a blood cult to live forever, and that's how you got vampires. It's like, oh, okay, that's cool. But if seasons stories are now meant to inform the direction the world is going leading into an expansion, that's a pretty big departure. And I like that a lot more. It helps me personally to feel more invested in these seasons. Because we think about witchcraft. Witchcraft was all about the idea of collecting rogue heads that hadn't paid their dues to the Tree of Whispers that had been stolen. And we know that Lorath will eventually have to give his head to the tree because he bargained with it. Belial coming back, bringing another one of the, you know, not Prime, but one of the evils back into the world. So it's not just Mephisto's influence, but other evils are coming in. Sins of the Horadrim. It's hard to think about what Sins of the Horadrim mean in this context. Which Horadrim? Which sins? Infernal Chaos. This one's also kind of hard to like. I don't see the map, but if there's a map, and also, does this just look like the Crusader banner? I can't figure out where this symbol is from. Maybe Riker asked on it. Maybe Nineball knows. Let me know down in the comments if you know specifically what symbol this is. This just looks a lot like the Crusader banner to me. I'll stop yapping here, but that's a very cool departure, and I like that change in the direction if they actually act on it, where these stories are tailoring the world, are terraforming, so that it can receive the expansion, have that story have more run up to it, so that this time in between isn't just kind of like whatever as far as the lore is concerned.
We're going to be getting Horadric powers with this season. So we've had vampiric powers, we've had witch powers, boss powers. For all of those, we kind of, just from the name, can know what to expect, right? Blood powers, bats and whatnot, and you know what a boss does. Right. What can we expect from a Horadric power, given the Horadrim are pretty varied in their powers? They're, anyone can really be a Horadrim if they commit to it.
Yeah, one of the things, like, we're talking like 6 months out, right? Maybe a little less than that. The power set itself will make a lot of sense as soon as you're inside the theme. So it's very hard not to spoil things, by the way. And obviously Horadric power is way more specific than saying boss powers or chaos powers. Those are big nebulous categories. I think you can fill the imagination, but we're being a little more specific with this one. And so, I feel like without spoiling anything, the idea here is that it should support the narrative and the theme of that season. And there's obviously a lot more inside of that banner that would unpack to support that. But we're looking at these as tight thematic packages, and so you'll see more power along those lines.
And we see dungeon escalation. This is presumably the...
Riker tried his best. Can you give us anything? Brent did a good job. No, I can't. So, we didn't really learn anything there, but honestly, I don't think they could be teasing something that far out.
Seasonal activity. Anything you can tease there? Is this like... The name to me, I think of like maybe a progressively harder dungeon. You keep going deeper and deeper. Am I anywhere close?
Well, your predictions are always pretty close. One of the things that I wanted to point out here is the fact that every season is focusing on an activity that needs some kind of update to shore up our foundation, to like strengthen our core. And we've gotten mountains of feedback on Nightmare Dungeons and the situation that they have been in season upon season. So we know they need attention, right? And so this was a really good way to say this season we are putting our attention here. And so the dungeon escalation, the new activities that we're adding are all a part of the feedback that we've been getting from the community along the way. And so, what you can expect when you come into the season is that you'll be interacting with Nightmare Dungeons in a different style of activity. And we're going to see how that goes. I'm super excited about it. We're in meetings about it pretty much every single day at this point. And hopefully that gives a system that needs a lot of love the attention it deserves. The other thing to point out is that, we're not only doing this with activities that need that attention because of the feedback. Infernal Horde's going great. Lots of players play it. They really enjoy it. Like if you look at all the numbers, it's like high sentiment and tons of daily players are in there all the time. We are still going to invest into those as well. Keep the shiny jewels as shiny as we possibly can and continue to provide updates that are going to be meaningful for everybody. And so what you can see with the seasons upon seasons is that We are really strengthening the key activities that we feel are very important for the.
Sorry, I'm just being. What he's saying is very important, and I like this commitment to the all content being touched as opposed to just individual content. We have to talk about his sick plaque in the background because this is the Xbox controller, the PlayStation controller, the Wiimote, and then you get the Sega Genesis controller. You have the original NES controller, and then you have the Atari stick controller here. This is just a very, very cool art piece. I'm just nerding out over it a little bit.
The game, creating quality and consistency so we can swing super hard in 26. Right? So that's the goal.
All right, so Season 9, big for Nightmare Dungeons. Then Season 10, Infernal Chaos. It's going to be big for Infernal Hordes. Which, as you said, beloved activity. I know I've seen people say, like, oh, like, they added this great thing, and then they haven't done anything with it since. Like, so one thing I noticed about the map is, if I'm remembering it correctly, there's a place early on where it feels like it could potentially open up into a couple different wings. Could we expect either new maps or new paths to open, or what kind of do you have any idea of a kind of a scope to expect from Infernal Hordes updates?
One of the things that we want to give players is more choice, right? And so choice is definitely a part of the design. How that unpacks, we'll wait until we get to the spot we can talk about it. But the focus that we've had on this is like choice and variety. It already has a pretty good mechanism for that. It's like, but what if we can take that one more step further? And so instead of like creating something completely different to add to the activity set, it's like, can we actually inject that difference into this activity itself? And so more choice is definitely the name of the game for that one, and you'll see it when we get a little closer.
Fair enough. And we see Chaos Powers. You kind of mentioned them before. So Chaos Powers as well is something that I don't know so much what that means. But I guess when I think chaos, I think a lot of randomness. I don't know if that's necessarily what's being channeled, or more chaos in an infernal sense, more like evil chaos sort of thing. Where were you guys leaning with that name?
Well, with the Chaos Powers, will make a lot more sense, similar to the Herodic Powers, as soon as we get to a point where we can talk about what the activity is and how that ties in. If you've noticed, we have been tying the seasonal powers to an activity type to really refresh it. So mechanically, we want things to work in concert with the powers and the activity combined. We also know that this is a system that allows us to do experimentation that hits all classes, right? And so when we're trying to focus in on experimentation, we have a single system that speaks to many, many players. And so you will see certain things return from time to time, but this is also a place where, like, okay, we can ask the team, okay, chaos, what does that mean to you? And then they can be a little more wild with it in a safe and controlled place. And like I said, it also provides that focus because there's a lot going on in the expansion right now that needs that attention. And so where we can make big impact for all players, we can do something maybe a little more radical once we get out to the expansion itself.
So something that he said there made me think more about Sins of the Herodrum. There have been Herodrum throughout the history that we know that have done things that have ultimately done harm. And the idea of tying things into a system. So Belial Returns, you're doing boss powers because you're doing bosses. Witchcraft, you're doing, the witch hunts, and you're doing whispers. Infernal Chaos, you're doing Infernal Hordes, which there needs to be more than one arena type if you want me to do Infernal Hordes for an entire content type. The idea of Sins of the Herodrum. My first thought is kind of like the Caverns of Time in World of Warcraft, where we're going to go experience events from the past and have those be like, you know, little locked dungeons that you go do where you come out of it with whatever the resource is and whatever the power is from that experience. That's my idea for Sins of the Herodrum. I'm trying to figure out how that feeds into Nightmare Dungeons, though, because we've already done Nightmare Dungeons with the witch powers, right? I guess you could do Nightmare Dungeons here, and you just go in, and there's like a ghost of a Herodrum, and you do a thing with them. But I'm wondering if Nightmare Dungeons will open, like completing them will open up to like a micro event where you do these things. We kind of saw this with the Realm Walkers, where the Realm Walkers kind of had their own unique thing that you went into to go do. So they have the tech in it, and they've now set a precedent for it. So I'm kind of interesting to see what that looks like. Chat's pointing out that Chaos could deal with Warhammer. I don't know if a Warhammer IP is coming out at the end of 2025. Warhammer's always putting out stuff. Honestly, they're perpetually putting out new things, but yeah, I could see Doom here killing demons. I could see, Chaos Marines here. That makes sense.
And we see a couple of teasers for 2026. New expansion, obviously expansion 2, we know is going to be coming up. Are we going to have to wait until 2026 to hear anything about it? Or, we have Gamescom coming up. We have the Xbox Games Showcase. That's all happening this summer. Might we get a summer reveal of the expansion?
I can tell you right now, we have a whole team dedicated at what that whole unpacking looks like. And we're going to be unpacking pieces over several different events over time. So I'm not going to reveal what those events are and what's happening and what, but I can tell you that like the amount of energy and attention that this is getting right now is far beyond what we did with Vessel of Hatred. And, we're crisper with our designs and what we want out of the next expansion as well. And so that's putting our team in a really fantastic spot to start talking about this as early as we possibly can. We're just not ready yet.
The cool thing about that, and I think as a player of the game where you're going to be playing the whole time, so it's like when you find out about it, almost kind of doesn't matter. The reveals for the Vessel of Hatred got my girlfriend, my loving, wonderful partner, to finally play Diablo 4. I could never convince her, but seeing the animation team working with martial artists to be able to craft the animations for the Spiritborn, and then the art direction that they took with the different spirit halls, she's like, that's beautiful. I want to play it. And she played through. She beat the campaign on her Spiritborn. I got to watch her kill Lilith. It was a really, really proud moment. She did it all by herself. I was super proud of her. But I'm excited to find out that their team is doing more with this expansion, because I think reading into that, it's easy for people to say D4 bad. It's easy to assume, back when the game first came out, you had everybody saying like, this is just a cash grab. It's a rug pull. I think at this point, if you haven't been convinced that this is in no way, shape, or form a cash grab or a rug pull on the player base, I don't know what much more they can do for you. But knowing that walking into expansion 2, the team is larger and expecting to do more with more events than they did with Vessel of Hatred, says to me that Diablo 4 is a winning investment for Blizzard and now for Microsoft, and the resources being put into it are not slacking. It is not losing momentum, and in fact, it is gaining momentum, which, while that may not be a personal concern for you because you're just going to play the game, you kind of don't care about the success of it one way or the other, it is really, really reassuring to hear that the game is getting more support and not less support. We're only 2 years into the game coming out as far as the next expansion. But that's just volatility. Some games just come out and then kind of go into support mode really early, go into life support mode really early. So hearing that and how Brent is talking about it is a pretty big vote of confidence that I wasn't expecting to get out of this video, but I'm really excited to hear that.
We see new ranking system and leaderboards. What's the difference between a ranking system and a leaderboard? Are they the same? Are they married systems? Are they two entirely different things?
They're two entirely different things that are meant to complement each other. So we're in a process right now where we know we want to bring leaderboards back to the game. We took a first stab at it early on after shipping the base game, and we learned a lot from that experience. And so now that we've gotten past Vessel of Hatred, we're looking at all the class stuff that we've injected, and we needed to kind of take a deep breath to bring harmony back to those classes. Now that we're there, we know that bringing challenge back into the game is critical, and it actually speaks to the audience in two different ways. You have leaderboards that speaks to the elite, right? This is a place where everybody, I was using an analogy the other day where it was like everybody plays basketball, every little kid plays basketball, they all think that they could become Michael Jordan, right? And so the goal is, let's make it to the NBA. And the leaderboards is a place where the best of the best can kind of show off. But we don't want to isolate it to just those players. You know, there's a lot of casual players out there that just want to have the opportunity to be like, hey, am I doing good? Am I going after these challenges? Hey, was beating that activity the way that I did it considered a good thing? And so what we want to do is have a ranking system that speaks to everybody, that gives you a sense, every casual, a sense of progress and value, and then graduating the elite into the leaderboard and giving them a space to like really press hard. So we're working on all the details for both of that, but hopefully, we can come up with a pair here that speaks to the entirety of the game and give something for everyone to chase.
It's really hard to it's nearly impossible to overstate just how valuable it is for somebody to log in and go, I'm number 9,874. I'm going to play for a couple hours. Let's see where I get up to. And the education opportunities, like the self-teaching opportunities that are available, being able to see a build, being able to check it out, like in-game and be like, okay, this is what people are doing in-game. What does that mean for me? How far off am I? What does my gear look like? What am I doing? And can I be doing it better? There is so much self-motivation that is currently lacking from the game because there's no visibility. There's no way to know. Unless you are like checking out YouTube videos all the time or on helltides.com or checking in when we have events on Maxroll, there's just no way for a person to go, am I even playing the game right? And what that means for them. They want to accomplish a thing. Are they working towards that ability? Are they self-actualizing? And it may not be that deep for everybody. It might not be that deep for whoever's watching this video right now, but I can't tell you enough how much this being missing from the game has negatively impacted people's ability to care at all. I would like it sooner than this. I would like it much sooner than this. But that being said, with the second expansion being another opportunity for a hard reset if they need to take it, and having an understanding of what that looked like the last time and what it's going to look like this time. If it needs to occur there, then I'd rather it be done there and done well. But it's before the game even came out, we were like, leaderboards when? And it kind of sucks that 2.5 years later is the answer. But if it has to be the answer, I'd rather it come out and just like revitalize people's ability to even care or be invested in the game in a very, very major way. And leaderboards are this little thing that you kind of just assume are going to be there. You don't really think about, but they are huge for ARPGs. They are massive for the impact on the player base.
All right. You mentioned the Gauntlet. From your view, was the Gauntlet an unsuccessful game system?
No, actually, I think like I said, the Gauntlet taught us a lot. The one thing with the Gauntlet that I've reflected on is that it is a separate activity that sits to the side, and which is a good way to control the leaderboard, and that make sense. But it'd be nice if we had something that was more core to the game and and speaks to a more broader set of the things that you're doing in the entirety of the game. And so we've taken that learnings and took a step back and said, hey, if we were to go after this again, was the Gauntlet the right place to go? And I think right now we're determining, no, I think we can do better. And so we're going to pressure test that. I really want to be in a position where I can talk to the community and make them a part of its development along the way. And yeah, hopefully we're back on camera here soon and can have a real conversation about it.
All right. So the Gauntlet was removed from the game. Was it because there wasn't enough player engagement, or was it just that you guys reached a point where you thought we can do something better than this?
Yeah, we reached a point where we felt like we could do something better with this. And instead of like being distracted at like grinding it out with that, we're like, hey, let's take a pause and refocus that energy on the way we feel like it would, have a better impact.
That's fair. I know a lot of players have been saying from the start, why can't you just add leaderboards to the pit? What are the challenges in implementing leaderboards into Diablo 4 that maybe, the average person might not think about?
Before we get to that question, I just want to say rest in peace to the Gauntlet. People don't know I got to do the live cast with Anacake on the Gauntlet reveal. Blizzard also contracted me to make an entire hype what is the Gauntlet video. Probably the scariest thing I've ever done, because oddly enough, I make my videos for me and I think my editing is okay nowadays, but they're just like, hey, can you just fully produce a video and just send it to our team? And I was like, yes, I can do that. Do you want me to do that? And they're like, yeah, we think it'd be great. I'm like, okay. Shoutouts to the Blizzard production team too. They were the nicest people. I sent it off to them. They're like, wow, this is actually really good. Like this is awesome. Thank you. We're just gonna clean up a little bit. We're gonna put in some effects. And my first thought was just like, yeah, you like the video I made. Okay, yeah, cool. Yeah. I expected that and definitely thought that would be the outcome. But recipes to the Gauntlet, because now nobody will ever see it. It doesn't really sound like it's coming back, or maybe, we're going to see what the other trials are, because they were referred to as the trials. But recipes to the Gauntlet, it was my little moment to really put my stamp on the game with that video. At least they liked it, and it was really cool to work with them.
Yeah, we've got a game that allows people to really play the way they want to play. And so you've got all the progression of your character and building up your power over time, but we know that the leaderboard needs to have a certain level of control, right? So no one likes a cheater. We need to be in a position where we can avoid people cheating and creating distrust for the system. And we also know that there's a certain element of skill that needs to be present. And so when we go to inject something like this, if we have not taken steps forward to addressing both of those things, then we're starting in a bad place. And so that's the heat of the discussion right now, is what activity suits this best, and how do we address those two things as we continue developing it?
Alrighty. Well, the last thing that I can see here on this roadmap, and I did a forensic investigation in Photoshop, and this clearly says new something something SS. So that says new class. All right, not fooling me. So on a scale of 1 to Paladin, exactly how much Paladin will the Paladin?
I knew it. It's just on a scale of 1 to Paladin. Holy, that was good, Riker. So as people know, I'm a huge Paladin hater. Rest in peace, people who wanted the Paladin. I don't know what he says past this point, so I could be eating my words very soon. But I would enjoy seeing the game continue to iterate on and offer new opportunities and new fantasies in Diablo. I want a Haradrim Artificer. I want a Trap Maker. Well, we kind of get that with the Rogue. But I would love to see more new things. What does a Bard look like in Diablo 4? What does anything, but I know people want the Paladin. That kind of looks like the Crusader banner to me. I wouldn't be surprised if we got a new version of Paladin. Let's see what we hear from here.
Wow, like the Woodchuck Wood. Um, you know, I don't think it would be a Diablo interview without asking more questions about the Paladin. We've heard it 1,000 times, and I think I'm on record going, "Heard you loud and clear." So we have not revealed anything, but I am really excited about the class offering coming up for the expansion. I think we're going to surprise people with what we have in store. So sit tight, keep on talking about the Paladin every single day, and hopefully we get to that day where when we release, everybody is pretty happy.
Huh. People are going to be very surprised. Do I think that means an entirely new class? Do I think it means a bastardization of the Paladin? Because when we look at the lore, do you know why there aren't Paladins in Diablo 4? It's because they really don't exist. There really isn't an order. The Zakarim are long destroyed. The Crusaders were mostly wiped out. Diablo 3, right? You have like Templars. You have the Church of Light. Vigo, the character, if you remember from the base campaign, Vigo, I was like, this is the Paladin class. Why? Because he literally uses charge and shield slam. The actual like one-to-one recreation of the animations from Diablo 2 for smite. Sorry, not shield slam. Smite and charge. He does a charge. He does the smite animation. It's one-to-one. He had different abilities where he put up like a protective bubble. He ends up getting into the Knight's Penitent armor. That could have been like an ultimate or something. And it was like very clear that this was going to be the holy class, the holy character in the game. But the Church of Inarius, this cult, this Church of Light, is mostly demolished. Then you have in Vessel of Hatred, the remaining people who could be paladins end up being these burnt crusaders under Urivar, and they all get wiped out too. So who are the paladins? You can have warriors of light. Absolutely. You know, we have a little bit of a crossover there where Akarat's teachings goes on and informs the people in Nahantu. But what you end up getting out of there is the Spiritborn, which is really not the following of the light. It's not the following of the words of the angels taught to Akarat. So the question becomes, who are the warriors of light? We obviously have monks, right? We have monks in Diablo 3. I think you need to go off continent to get a faction of light-based warriors for the lore to make sense. Somebody in chat reminded me of this. This was something that we were talking about, which is that the story of the Vessel of Hatred leads to Mephisto having Akarat's body. And the idea here is that he would be able to go out and, one, a primeval needs a host to be able to manifest on the world, or needs to be brought into the world. But that's how you get all of the primevals back on this world, right? Like they got through the soul stone through their host to be able to rematerialize in Sanctuary. So the question becomes, Akarat comes down. It's Mephisto wearing Akarat's body. You get the Heir of Perdition talking about the wolf in sheep's clothing. But if Akarat were to go anywhere throughout this prime continent, people would know that it's Mephisto. We would have the Wanderer, who is renowned across the world, or across this continent at the very least, as known as the person who has killed Lilith, who has faced Mephisto and would be able to spread that word. Nobody would follow Akarat. Nobody would follow these false teachings. They wouldn't be able to succumb to Mephisto's twisted version of the light, which would get them ultimately to empower him. So he would have to go off continent as well. This is why we think that we're going to Shanxi. But that's not really a large enough landmass. So I think that Akarat will have to go off continent, which would get us to go off continent. There, he would develop a cult. In that cult, you would have people who believe that they are worshiping the light, but will find out that they are not, and that we will redeem them after we defeat Mephisto. So you can have this redeemed, bastardized followers of the light, so that this paladin class isn't just holy smite and auras, but instead has like a whole dark side to it, like a whole shadow side to it, where they're not quite like blood knights, because I think that would be kind of lame. But this idea where you typically have, like, in general, 3 to 4 options throughout your skill tree. Necromancer has darkness, bone, blood, and corpses and minions, technically. This paladin, whatever this paladin class looks like, can have the light, can have like the utility aura healing, and then could have a darkness or a blood thing tied to it where you do, you know, dark magics or whatever. And I think that that would make sense. That's where I think we get a paladin. So is that what Brent is hinting at here, where it's like people will be surprised? Yes, it's the paladin, but with a twist? Maybe. If we're going to get the paladin, that's the kind of paladin I think we're going to get in the game. And as long as it has a sword and board, I think people will be happy. And also it has to have Blessed Hammer, obviously, or shield. It has to be able to throw the shield or spin hammers. It's got to be able to do one of the two. I'm guessing it's going to be Blessed Hammer. So that was my interview with Brent Gibson. If there's one thing that I probably should have asked, would have been about endgame meta progression systems. It's something that's been on the minds of a lot of us. Myself particularly, I've been beating a dead horse about this for over a year now. It's not something that I saw tackled on the roadmap itself, so I figured it's kind of outside of the scope of what they have planned, but that's why I wanted to ask, okay, is this everything we're getting, or are you affording room for potentially pivoting or changing things as needs may arise within the community? So, question for you folks, if you feel as strongly as me that adding some kind of endgame meta progression system, we're talking about something like Path of Exile's Atlas of Worlds or the Monolith of Fates from Last Epoch, if something like that is important to you, make your voices heard. The devs have always shown that they are very, very receptive and open to steer things in the direction that the community wants. Otherwise, folks, I invite you to leave a comment below with your thoughts on the roadmap, on the interview, and we'll thank you for watching. Special thanks to my supporters for making these videos possible. If you enjoyed this video, give it a thumbs up and subscribe. Love you, bud. Great interview from Riker. I mean, Riker always does a really good job. He's good at what he does, oddly enough. And I think this was a very good interview. Gave the dev a lot of good time to talk about this stuff. You know, Brent had to give some of the answers that he had to give. There's just no way around it. He cannot reveal things that we're not even close to revealing. That's just not going to happen. I do think that we got some good insight. I think a little bit of the stuff that we were able to tease out of him also helps to just grant us just a little bit more information about not necessarily what's happening, but why it's happening. When I first looked at the roadmap, I was a little bit put off just because kind of half of it is stuff we literally already know about. And I don't think a lot of people are going to get too excited about IP collabs. I might be wrong there. But this interview, along with the roadmap, is the quintessential experience of it. Hopefully by watching this video, you also go check out Riker's video. I'll put a link in the description if you just want to hear just him chit-chatting. I did play all of it because I figured that would be important. Make sure to leave a like on Riker's video, subscribe to his channel if you haven't already. Go give him a comment down there as well. It helps out. If you appreciated my insights here and you're new here, consider subscribing, leave a like. Let me know what you think about not only what Riker discussed with Brent Gibson, but also kind of the additional insight that I was able to share. Let me know what you think. If you made it all the way to this point, wow, it was over an hour. You're an absolute G-Unit gangster. I appreciate you. Much love to everybody. Thank you very, very, very much for watching this video. I truly, truly hope that helps, and I hope that you're excited for the future of Diablo 4. And as always, I look forward to seeing you in the next video. I'm positive the dungeon escalation is meta progression. It doesn't necessarily sound like Meta progression for Infernal Hordes, it sounds like Infernal Hordes can be a longer investment activity where you get more out of it. That's my read on that. Hold on. Okay. All right. Well. Interesting. Interesting. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Boop, boop, boop. Excuse me. I do need to get up real quick and stretch. Get myself a little snack. Sorry. Let me get up and stretch. I'll run ads now, so we won't get interrupted later. Oh, rip. Somebody tried to trade with me. Well, rip. That's the business of doing business. How do minions feel since they were buffed? What up, Unicorn? Minions felt fine to me before, and I guess they feel better now. I didn't hit a point where they felt bad. So my insight is a little bit low value in that they kind of felt fine to me before. But I didn't make it to the end game yet. I'm still in the campaign. So that's definitely coloring the experience I could be having. A cool fucking dead end? Wowie. Wow, do I feel engaged. Oh wow. Damn, somebody tried to trade with me twice. Rip. Hopefully they come back.
I can create better.
Can you see what people tried to trade you for? That's not what I want to be doing. Stop it. Oh my god, monsters. Stop existing while I'm looking at chat. Don't you understand? I'm a streamer, damn it. I don't have time to be looking at the video game to play it.
Now. Another corpse to serve me.
Another corpse to serve me. Oh, I have to get some of those terracotta warriors. People are saying they're only like 10 spirit. I'll try those out for sure. The bell chest and the pots next to them. So they do big fireballs, right? What are they called? Shriekers? Tomb Shrieker. Tomb Shrieker. What? What? Well, I have one now. They do a sonic pulse. Projectile. They have two different ones. Does fire damage. Always ignites. Come along, Tomb Shriekers. Let's check them out.
I will put you down.
That kind of fucks. They seemingly can't all hit. Oh, my oven preheated. So what do we think about the roadmap? How do we feel about it after Riker's video? Because I do think Riker's video is like core essential experience.
You should have served me.
These fireballs kind of hit. They kind of suck at, they're actually kind of fine after. They're not great. But they're kind of fine. Shrieker's kind of hit. What if I add projectile pierces? How crazy would that be? Keep bringing you in? What makes you say that? I'd be really interested to hear your take.
None can oppose.
All right, sweet. All right. Well, I take it back a little bit. These aren't great. What's up? The video was good. He did ask tough questions that most people wouldn't want to. Yeah, I think he did a phenomenal job. I think he did a great job with that interview. Shouts to my boy Riker, killing it as always. So I would now have 28% more damage. Over this. All right, let's see how that feels.
Someone wanted these doors to remain shut. I should open them.
Nothing really feels like endgame since everything is too easily available. Did you play the PTR at all? There are new skills that you're trying that aren't on max roll. I do not write the guide on max roll, Chalet. Good question, trying to push the borders of what can be talked about. Yeah, I appreciate Rikers. Wait, I did this.
Well, if it isn't the traitor herself. Let's get this over with.
I did this. I'm in the right place, right?
I can create better.
Don't sleep on swelling. What is swelling?
Yeah, fancy seeing you here.
Did you already create a build for that on max roll? I have not. No, not yet. I haven't gotten through, so I don't like to... Where are we going? Homie, there aren't... No, dude. Dude, no. No, 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 no. Okay.
Stay on it. Spirit's picked its prey. Cut it down. Strike through. Strike before it slips away.
Another corpse to serve me.
I found this as Mary Spirit here. I had already fully cleared everything down to here and everything down through here. So rather than move forward towards monsters, it decided to run all the way back down to here where there was an elite. I sure hope that the Asmeri Spirit gets looked at again, because wowee, was that arguably probably the worst backtrack I've ever done in PoE2 history. That felt pretty bad, I'm not gonna lie to you. Stick it on a persistent skill. As long as you aren't at full mana, all your minions have plus 30. I will always be at full mana unless I just sit here spamming a curse for no reason. I guess it's not always true. I guess if I had mind over matter, it might be better. With mind over matter, my recovery rate would be slower, and then maybe I could actually maintain that.
I am the apex.
Yeah. Maybe become a bit more hopeful. I think you're going to get your ass slapped in season 8. So it is. The requirements to get into Torment 4 are now significantly harder, and to be able to even potentially do a pit tier 100 is something that most builds should not expect to be able to do. So maybe that can work towards adding to your feeling of progression and an endgame. Maybe. It might also not.
She made light work of that.
But thank you very much for sharing your insight. Terracotta Soldier is 90 spirit. Maybe we mean a different Terracotta Soldier?
A dark shadow has fallen across the land.
Oh my god, we're not even like halfway done.
Another corpse to serve me.
Another corpse to serve me. That's a weapon grade dumb mechanic. Yeah, that was pretty rough. Did you find gear? I did. I found an amulet with 33 spirit on it. So I'm feeling pretty good.
I will tell you a tale.
I will tell you a tale. Tomb Shrieker, Mantis, Fiery Death. Don't really need this. Need a Regal Orb for this, though. Okay. Better Energy Shield, +1 to minions. Am I going to Exalted Orb this? Kind of want to. Because I would like +1 to my minion levels. But if I don't get the int, I think I'm a little bit fucked. I can drop some decks, so I'm not fucked, but I'm kind of fucked. Just only have 2 exalted orbs. I'm gonna hold on to you, little buddy. Enough. I have Union Priest out already. Union Priest is alive and well. We got Union Priest, and we have the Union Banner. We are fully unionized. There's Union Priest right there.
She made light work of
That's
that.
Union Priest 117 right there. That's local 117 Union Priest. Oh, I didn't get potions.
Beautiful murder.
Huge Union energy, honestly. Notice how the music sometimes slows down. Oh, I have not experienced that. Oh, a checkpoint. Oh, hi. Oh, hey, hey, hey.
Another corpse to serve me.
Well, then what was the point? Oh, my pizza. I've generated sustenance.
If we can allow the caravan through all
Congratulations to me for actually
warriors will
eating
swarm them under.
at some point during a stream.
Give these demons no quarter.
Pizza Beast can be a strong foe to break down. You know, not a lot of people know this. But pizza's pretty good. I don't know if you guys have ever tried it. Have you guys ever tried pizza? The food? You guys know, it's like a hot, wet sandwich. But it's like an open face sandwich. It's crazy. I'd never experienced it before. Have you guys ever had like a sandwich but it was wet and hot? That's like pizza. Sorry, this thing's name is Assault Champion. Hi, I'm Assault Champion.
We must continue our advance.
Nice to meet you. Hello, Jamanra.
Eh? Chamanra? How is
Jamanra?
this possible?
Wrath of the king! The Madaketh will fall! But the Madaketh will fall! By my hand!
Damn.
Hold them back while I open the
I already
gate.
ate the whole pizza? No, I have it, and I'm waiting for it to cool off.
Eh? Chamanra? How is this possible?
Now!
Wrath of the king! The Madaketh will fall! By my hand!
How?
You are unworthy! I shall dethrone you, Sekima, and leave you to the sands! The Madaketh will fall! I shall dethrone you, Sekima, and leave you to the sands! You are unworthy! I shall dethrone you, Sekima, and leave you to the sands!
Now!
I tried to seek peace, and the Sekimas disgraced me. Left my corpse
How did I die?
rot in the sand.
Bro. Is it my 17 lightning resistance? Come on.
Hold them back while I open the gate.
Come on. I haven't found any rogue exiles yet. Are they in the campaign? Or are they only in maps?
How?
I do not know the answer. Come on, man. Is it? Come on. Is it really my 17 armor? Or 17 light res. They start in Act 1 crawl? Oh, interesting. Then I have not seen one yet. Is this still too high? How do you run out of flasks so much? I take critical amounts of damage.
Noxious Sycamore.
And I don't use skills which can leave.
Wrath of a king.
But I do have regen. In fact, this minion right here is granting me a huge amount of regen. I have like 42.5.
The Maraketh will fall by my hand.
Oh, I need to be in that. Rip.
The Maraketh will fall by my hand. Wrath of a king. I shall dethrone you, Sycamore, and leave you to the sands.
But minion builds, I can't think of a way where a minion build
I
would
shall
be.
dethrone you, Sycamore, and leave you to the sands. I shall dethrone you, Sycamore, wrath of a king. I tried to seek peace, and the Sycamores disgraced me. Left
Now!
corpse to rot in the sand. This time, we choose war.
You receive the death you deserve. And I shall give you a death.
We shall finish this, but not today.
Make haste. He must not escape.
Jarman Ra, the corpse king.
The unique that
is
counts
running
as you
away.
killing things that your allies killed. Well, there you go.
Quickly. He
I've
counters the
never
very
found
sense against us.
like a need for leech or really life regen once you get mind over matter.
We must battle sorcery
Activate it.
with sorcery. Let us return to the caravan and entreat Zarka's wisdom.
I'm just not there yet.
We must. How can I?
No, you don't have to apologize.
Jarman Rakan, there is. We would have. Ah, for glory.
I can't tame a beast. I'm not using tamed beast on the build. It's level 9. What are the dex requirements at level 9?
Here for a story? What?
A place of ritual and bone. I should retire here someday. I will feast on your soul.
I'm not sure how I would maintain the dex requirements on the build. I get plus to attributes. Excuse me.
None can oppose me.
So it's not the Badlands. I have to get to the Bone Pit, and then in the Bone Pit I can find the thing. Buenos tardes. Looks like a mighty mon. They're 90. Have to look them up. What are they called? Lost Men Brute. They have shield charge.
A ritual. Raised from bone. I like these lost men. Death, take you.
Damage recouped as mana is actually pretty good. Stoic Scar? I mean, hey, look, Stoic Scar is just as unhinged as Stoic Scar, if we're being honest with ourselves.
Pit graves and necromancers. This place just gets better and better.
Yeah? Oh. I got real excited. Just have to get a random drop.
I am the apex.
I remember the first time I got one of these big boys. What a letdown.
Now.
Truly one of the worst big boys of all time. Skull Slingers are only 40. Which would be 35.2 per. All right, what are the stats on a Skull Slinger? Skull Slinger. Yes, this is Act 5. The name of this thing's skull. The name of this thing's attack is As Merry Pitiful Fabrication Skull Throw. That's so valid. It gets 15% more attack damage.
Too soon! I will feast on your soul!
Alright, so it's not immediately impressive, but give it a minute.
Hello?
Give it a minute. Now, hold on. I have another Pokeball. Just in case things get weird. Now hold on. You're laughing at the little guys, but let him cook. All right. So I don't think they're doing great. If I had to say how they were doing, I would not say great. But you know what? You never know until you try. I would rate them a solid 5 out of 7. Perfect score. I don't know if I could go that far. I think I would rate them a solid. A solid 3 out of 10. Not great. Oh, back to picking up more damage, finally.
Mediocre.
Yeah, if I had to witness,
I'm ready.
nothing would really come out of it. There we go.
Now.
All right, cool.
Now, Mastodon.
Oh. But you died though.
I suppose I am your better necromancer.
The Heffalump boss. Ooh. Wow. What is that? What is that? Tide Seer Mantle. That's pretty.
Ancient
Trudy. Yo, yo, yo. Increase the reduction of mana regeneration. Also apply energy shield recharge rate. Hey, this is very good. Hey, is this very good? Hey, is this a very good coat? Is this a new coat? Have I just never seen this coat? Wave Shaper. Wow, I rolled super low on the spirit. Isn't this cool? A very, very cool coat. Rolled super low on the spirit. They can go up to 40. I need a Chaos Orb this? No, what's the one that rerolls stats? Is that Chaos Orb? How do you reroll the stats on a unique item? Oh, it's Divine Orbs, yeah. Well, I don't have one of those yet, huh?
These?
All right. Well, that's cool as all hell. Welcome in, everybody, from Trudy Stream. My name is Macrobioboy. I also play Path of Exile 2. Most known for playing Diablo games, most notably Diablo 4. If you're brand new here, stay a while and listen. I'm basically a PoE noob, all things considered. And I'm just trying to learn the game and enjoy playing it and having a good time with it.
Young one.
Hence why I'm really excited about this cool armor. That seems very good. I don't understand. What are you talking about? I bought 2 premium stash tabs. Look at that. I can sell stuff. What more do you want from me? I colored this one green. Actually, I have the int. This doesn't grab me in, right? No. Okay.
Quickly.
How can I perfect myself?
Hey, I'm gonna put on my cool new armor. Yo ho 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 ho! Look at the kid. Look at him. Look at how fucking stupid this is. I like how it goes up through my shield. Hello. I mean, that looks very cool. All right, yeah. Sack. I have plenty of stash tabs. Look at all the stash tabs I have. I even coded this one so that I could just automatically put my money in it. Huge.
Hello? I will tell your tale.
before I do anything. Damn, dude. This thing's huge. Oh. Well, my game crashed. I have to have a premium stash tab to be able to trade. It's quite literally required. What can you do? All right, I didn't get rolled back.
What have you learned?
Another strategy.
Young one.
A beautiful murder. Obey me. None can oppose me.
What?
Young one. I will tell your tale.
Oh, sorry. My disdain for it goes a lot further than that. I actually think the game is lying about being free to play since it's specifically balanced around trade and economy. They literally refer to leagues as economy resets with the intention that you will trade and that means that they can have item drops be what they are because of that. And as such, since you need premium tabs to be able to trade on their website, that is not paying for convenience, it is paying to be able to play the game. And I think they need to stop fucking lying.
I will dispel you.
But obviously I've already supported the company. I have like the $100 whatever supporter pack. So I think you should be paid for the art that you make and the thing that you provide for people to enjoy. But I just really dislike that dissonance.
Now.
Somebody individually choosing to play solo self-found doesn't in any way, shape, or form inform the intent by the developers and how they see the majority of the ecosystem of players. Like, I also just played solo self-found to start. Everybody's like, you're crazy, that's challenge mode. I'm like, wait, it's challenge mode to not trade in the game? What does that mean? And then I found out what that means. It means hilariously slowed progression and sometimes hitting hard walls where you can't do content. Which is a choice, once you understand that it's a choice, but I think it's just disingenuous to simultaneously balance the game around the fact that people have to spend money to even be able to participate in the game in the way that you believe is the way people are meant to play. And that not trading is a challenge mode. But I promised everybody that I would try to engage with trading. I have successfully traded no items. Not that I've really found a lot of items, but I've successfully traded nothing thus far. But once we get to mapping and we like have things that people care about. That'll change. This armor is like just very good. Like everything about the armor is good. I find it really weird when unique items are it's just good. You can trade currency at the currency exchange, for sure. I'll trade a lot in Diablo games, but I also will play an entire season without trading in Diablo and do all content and play multiple builds.
Still mostly intact, but overwhelmed with sand. Pretty.
In D4 and D2 as well. No, I don't RMT. For D2, one, I have the benefit of being a streamer in the category, so trading is not necessarily the hardest thing. when it was not an well, it was an RMT site kind of the whole time. I guess like way back in the day. But even then, RMT was occurring on it. So D2 JSP, when it initially released, had a premium currency called Forum Gold. It still has Forum Gold, but Forum Gold was obtained by engaging on posts. But people would still use it as a forum by which to meet up and then buy things. And then eventually it had the you could buy Forum Gold, and at that point, all Forum Gold on D2 JSP has been washed through RMT. That doesn't mean that you have to participate in RMT to participate on D2 JSP, and I'm not like a hater on the website. It's actually a really, really good source for old information. I just don't go on there because there's no way to say that the trade that you're doing has not washed through RMT. But I'll trade on Tradery for Diablo 2. Donde está el snake?
Now!
And then there's just the tried and true method in D2 of open up a game saying need X, O, Y, and then you just do your runs in that game. What ascendancy have I gone? 4. The one that you do through the base campaign. I haven't found a Jinbaria that's high enough level. Did some trade in Diablo 3. Man, Diablo 3 really like scarred the word auction house from like the realm of normal expectations to this is purely evil, which is just like very, very funny to me. Oh wow. Not a bad amulet. Oh, I'm sorry. I've gone Lich. I think in the early game, well, Lich does come along with a cool thing, which is basically solves mana regen.
I will dispel you.
But I want to say that if I had just gone Infernalist, I would be in a better place right now power-wise. Well, kind of depends on how lucky you are with, like, spirit drops.
Serpent Queen, slither for me. Now! A fellow corpse raiser.
Fellow corpse raiser, that's how I refer to it. Oops, you died though.
Quiet your tongue, serpent.
Trying a Thorns build. I've never actually looked at Thorns. The 30% damage is a lot? Sure. Big. Also big.
Hello.
2 points. And the 2 points I need to put into here and into here. Okay. Playing snipers now, but I don't like how they play. What do I lose by swapping to Arsonist? You lose the ability to output intentional damage onto a specific target. You gain not having to do that. And Arsonists just output slightly less damage. Ooh. Can I fit in? I can fit in a Storm Mage, right? Do I actually have supports? How am I doing pricing? I put a price. And if you go check all the garbage, nothing nonsense on the trade site, it's all going for Alch Orbs. Like stuff that is just like not like explicitly valuable. What's the difference between Lich Minions and Infernalists from leveling guides? What is the difference? Can you drill down on the question a little bit more? But everything that I've searched thus far that wasn't like a hot ticket item is all just going for Alch Orbs, which are like half an Exalt. But I am putting a price. Boop, boop, boop. You say items with negotiable? I see exact price, I see asking price. I don't know what asking price means. I assume that's negotiable. Is that what that means? Versus exact? I don't know what else that would tie to. Okay. Is that a truth or is that a belief that you have? Also, is asking price not negotiable? What else would it be? There's exact. These are the only options, so they're both literally on the front page. So I'd be interested to know where that information's coming from. Cover the Lost City. You're only ever doing exact price? Gotcha. Do you know what asking price means? Evasive.
Is
Calm
my
down, sir.
power to wield. I need more time.
Okay, so these terracotta soldiers. Okay, so some of the terracotta soldiers are 60, some of them are 10. What's up with that? What up, Alpha Gamer? I assume the terracottas... Why are they different? Question, how come a focus wouldn't be good in PoE like Diablo? How come it wouldn't be good? It would be good. It just depends. You would like to know if they're both viable for a solo self-found? Yes, they are. Is one harder to play? Well, I've only experienced playing the Lich for the beginning of the season. I haven't even made it into maps. So me attempting to tell you more information about that would be a little bit of hubris. I'm pretty sure most people are playing Lich because it is stronger endgame than Infernalist is. But you can absolutely play both of them, for sure. You found a banging focus, but you've never seen somebody use it? Yeah, you can absolutely use a focus. I think... yeah, I can't really speak on other builds, but yeah, you can use a focus. So, terracotta soldier. Oh, that's cool. 2 R's. If it's at all valuable, said that he thinks the line will probably be something like Infernalist is a bit more damage glass cannon, Lich is a bit more well-rounded, not final, of course. Infernalist being more damage. So the way that the Infernalist becomes more damage is by having more minions. The way that Lich becomes more damage is by having stronger minions. And it's whether or not the jewel is really impactful on that. What I like about the Infernalist is you can kind of choose to just have a bunch of survivability, which is harder to come by right now. And the dog is a way of both igniting as well as applying like ignite-based functions without having to use Flame Wall, although he's pretty not great sometimes. Which kind of sucks. But my initial thought was that especially solo self-found on worse gear, being able to choose to either have more energy shield, have more mana, or have more spirit is just very powerful because you you are not guaranteed to get gear that has spirit on it. As such, the Infernalist will always be able to build into having more spirit, whereas the Lich cannot. The Lich cannot choose to just have more spirit if it wants to, or more minions if it wants to. It can just be stuck with the Scepter and not a lot else except for options in the quests and in the passive tree. Whereas the Infernalist can just choose to turn on more spirit if it wants to, and probably would. My best guess is that on perfect endgame gear, the amount of damage that you get out of Unholy Might would outperform the like 1 to 2 more minions you would get. Because you go from multiplying your damage by like 8 to multiplying your damage by 10, so it's a difference between 10 and 8. And it goes into 10, 1.25, right? But having a 30% damage aura is worth more than the 1.25, unless your ability to output damage is based off the ability to like trigger effects, where that becomes a little bit different, where you have to take into account cooldown and animation speed to be able to get a more accurate representation of damage. So knowing what you know, you going with the leveling, sever, and then something else, or at that point it's going to be just have to wait. What's up, Chalet? What about, are we talking about Diablo 4? So Nico, until we're talking about endgame perfect gear, I think it's very unfair to attempt to compare the two things because it comes down to too many different factors. I do not believe that one is stronger than the other one. The Infernalist is a bit more flexible. So you can react a bit better to the gear outcomes that you have, but that's like the only real difference. Like if you get absolutely no spirit, the difference in gaining more spirit is going from like 5 minions to 7, which is a significantly larger increase in damage than a 30% damage multi that's based off of chaos damage. So you're not like continuing to scale it meaningfully in different ways. But basically, if you have a concern, I think the benefits of going Infernalist outweigh the benefits of going Lich. Other than Lich makes dealing with mana regeneration very, very easy. Did I go Lich? I went Lich, yes. Okay, so we're talking about Diablo 4. In Diablo 4, what am I gonna do? I don't know. We have to wait to see the patch notes. Hello. I'm currently playing Lich. Yep. Lich is a bit more tanky. I actually don't agree that the Lich is tankier, actually. What skill am I using to dash around right now? This is shield charge. You get a level 3 skill gem when you put it on. Oh, did I find it right over here and then I just stopped running that way like an idiot? I think so. Pain Offering goes up a little bit. Embalmed Bearer goes up a level. Flammability goes up, sure. I really want to be done with the campaign. And I stopped like I dropped something close to like 8 lesser jeweler's orbs over an act and a half, and since then I have not dropped a single one.
Show me your secrets.
Very frustrating. So I need to put on another one to try out the Veil Guard again. Vol Guard.
You should have served me.
I went and spent I didn't immediately like the Vol Guard, so I was just like, all right. And then I tried out a bunch of other ones, and I spent all my Jeweler's Orb on them. Bum 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 bum. Ba-da-dum, bum bum.
Care for a story?
Care for a story? Not so much. But I do appreciate. Oh, hello. Are you anything? Say Chaos Res. There you go. Sure, why not? Easy game. I don't need stratagems. I don't know that they need more res. I appreciate that, Nukem, but no thank you. Running an arsonist to be able to explode the SRS.
You should have served
Do they really have enough maximum life to do like significant damage? Do you find? Yes? Nice. cold? I guess I would try to replace cold here. Oh, water. Rip. Please. Thank you. These little sand spirits. Oh, you can't get them? Oh, you can. Oh, you can only get them for like a second, though. What's up with that? Make you in Infernal Legion. No, these little guys for being able to bind Spectre on them. They looked interesting. Yeah, see, like the body like dissipates. Sand Spirit. I wonder if you could catch it. Does Phantasm Bolt? It's physical damage. Huh. Gotcha. Nope, I didn't get you. Oh, interesting. I wonder, huh. Can I put cast speed on here? I cannot. Rip. It's a persistent gem. And yeah, apparently I need a swift ball or something. Or a lure ball. Have I found any undead Pokemon that are under 30? Under 30? I don't know. I don't think I currently have one now.
My king nears.
But I'm pretty sure there is one. Like, there's almost certainly like a little like undead Rattle Boy. Oh.
Sins of the mother.
Individual stacks falling off sucks so bad. I don't know why they ever made that change.
Embrace corruption. He didn't
No.
want me.
Like, keeping Withered up with this many minions should not be, like,
Is that
an
I'm usually
accomplishment.
opposed to
IMO.
burning women alive. But as you wish.
Yeah, no problem.
By your request.
But there's definitely got to be one. There's got to be like a little bone skitterer somewhere.
Quickly.
There was a
Support gem level 3. Level 3. Oh. I need to read through them all. The support skill of 20% to fire 8 additional projectiles in a circle. Whoa. Whoa. Is that insane? So I can finally have my Storm Mage going. Because I can finally put Stormfire on, and then I would just need some other ones to get the chance to apply and all that. Well, remember when support said this and now they say this? The Storm Mage applies a debuff that increases damage to the target by 20%. Does he collect union fees? Oh, that's such a great question. He has an unofficial position. He's the guy who does the dunks run every meeting. We could do exposure. We could do immolate. We could do heft for the big boys. Oh, how will I apply fire exposure? SRS? Font of range is very good. I don't know how I'll apply exposure. But I do think with my first tier 3, I am going to immediately try wild shards. What? Spell skills. Get baited, son? Damn, dude. Where's the love? Why can't I put it here?
Serve me!
I want one of these little spirits. I think I would put on SRS with Ignite to be able to get exposure.
Not yet.
If I'm doing, arsonists. I want one of these little bats, though.
I need more time.
The animation takes like way too long.
Of course, they're alive. Now! I will unmake you!
Does flammability trigger fire exposure? No. So exposure is an effect. Sorry. Exposure is an effect that you apply onto a target when you ignite them. And it has to apply to a thing which can hit. It has to be able to be put onto a thing which can do hits, but then if that thing ignites it, even without hitting it, it will apply exposure. Flammability just reduces the monster's resistance. Exposure is a status effect that is applied to the target. Yeah, exactly. I'm just trying to get one of these little bats. Not one of these little bats, one of these little spirits. Alright, there's one down there. I cannot get them. Alright. I tried. Am I using Arsonist now? If I'm going to use Arsonist, I should be using SRS. Am I? We have, oh, my arsonists are not level 13 yet. Oh, it's a pretty massive increase. Then I would have to drop cleric, which is sad. But then I could put back on SRS. Could also increase its level. Union Priest is a must. We'll get back to Union Priest. I only need a little bit more spare to get back to Union Priest. Or we could do it this way. Drop one here. Do that. Get another warrior. Now we have priest up. So now we have 3. For a legion. Then I can put exposure on him once I get that. So we do boop, boop, boop. You. I got another one. What do I have on here right now? This. I could do more damage. That. What are you? This thing, which was just a waste. Feel pretty bad about that. There might no. Well. Oh, ooh. Oh. Hold on, though. Does this work? Get out of here. Get out of here. Hold on. Wait a minute. For the passage tree, what jewel would be best? I have no concept. I have no idea. It's got to be a regular jewel, so it should say like minion stuff, or energy shield stuff, or spirit stuff. But I have no idea. Jewels are something completely out of my wheelhouse. Tried Velgard Spectre yet? I have. Yep. I just don't have a I don't have a jewel orb. This, like, isn't triggering. This is where I would expect it to trigger. Got you into cool, just wondering if Arsonist would be better. I think it comes down to the gear that you have and whether or not you have flat damage to add on to them. But it's quite simple. You just swap between the two. Like, do a time trial doing a thing. Just swap between the two, and they basically use the same gems, right? But I have not sat down and compared the two things. I know that a lot of people are using them, which leads me to believe that people believe that they're very powerful. I don't believe this is doing anything. That being said,
Insolent wretch! Death, take you. I need more time.
I do not believe that gave a satisfactory answer. At 77, want these boys. Oh. Do I want one of these guys?
Now!
All right. Yeah, so what's the deal? It's dropping a bunch of burning ground. I'm seeing this reported a lot. I'm trying to figure out how it's more aggressive than arsonists. Do they like attack faster? What's the dilly? Yeah, I don't know exactly what this is for, but it ain't for me. That's what I know. Great start. Okay, follow up. A pretty bad follow up, but it's okay.
I will tell your tale.
What am I doing now? They throw tar bombs, so big burning areas. Gotcha. Use relics, retrace, use map trial of Valley of Titans. There we go. Valley of the Titan. The Infernalist good boy? Yeah, I don't quite get it.
Titans lived and died here. What fate wrought their demise? You should have served me. Obey me.
I do want to know, like, what these lurkers are like.
Is my power to wield. Now!
Oh, I was not paying attention to my own life at all. Up. What up, Mac Bane? How you doing? Boop. Gem Cutter's prison. Oh.
Now.
I should probably keep those for a Spectre if I want to use a Spectre. So, I need to see how they feel on a boss. They do feel like a bit better and clear only because they're kind of just outputting damage everywhere all the time. How we doing, femboy? How have you been? I think you'd be quite proud of us. Kind of kicked ass in the gym the other day. Actually, last night. Since I saw one time this person selling an item with quality, I'm now addicted to the idea that I'm going to get a bunch of quality from shopping here. Cast Despair called rip something. That cast Despair? What is Despair? Oh, the curse? Couple losses in the family, but vibing. Okay. Well, first off, very sorry to hear that. I won't belabor it. Went to the gym feeling like poop, feeling pretty bad. And said I didn't want to do any running. And I wasn't even sure I was going to be able to like do any weightlifting. And then we tried to do the rowing machine, and that was like they were just all broken. So instead I went and did 1.5 miles at 7 miles an hour, which is currently my top end.
Obey me.
And then did 3 sets of 12 on the bench at my current PB, which is 110 pounds. And it was cleaner than last time. It still wasn't great, but it was cleaner than last time. And then I PB'd on the squats. I'm now squatting 170, which is my current body weight, which I don't want it to be. I want my body weight to be like 155. But I can currently squat my own body weight for 3 sets of 12. Which I'm very happy about. And it all sucked. It was the worst I've felt doing any of it thus far. But it was still nice to be able to do it.
Now. It appears they fought here, died
Thank you.
here. A resting place.
$155 by summer shouldn't be too difficult, hopefully. I just need to be sexy by BlizzCon. That's my goal. Interview started? What interview? Oh, is Ziz doing an interview right now?
I will put you down.
There, and I guess I'm curious, like what amount of time are you expecting people to take going through the entire campaign, or on your own test run, or like when you're doing test runs, how long do you take on a first campaign run?
You know, I actually haven't measured that on the current version, and it doesn't necessarily always work that way. Like the number of times I play through the full, and when I say campaign here, I'm talking about 6 acts, not just 3.
Yeah.
If you're talking about the amount of time, like doing that I might only do that like that full run like 2 or 3 times in total as we're developing a class.
Yeah.
Like much more often I'm like either testing this part or I'm testing that part or whatever. And I honestly am not sure exactly what amount of time that's taking. But like as I said, I don't know that like the time. Like the thing is, the presupposition with this question is that like that we have a goal in mind for the amount of time for the campaign, and the implication of that is that the campaign itself is not fun. But it's like if that's the implication, then we just want to make that fun, right? It's like the campaign should be fun to play. The amount of time it takes, to me, is not nearly as relevant as just make it fun, right? If you aren't having fun, we want to make sure that it is. So like that's why when we're like, okay, people are saying like we don't like the Act 3 areas, make those shorter. It's like, well, what amount of like I don't think that quantifying that in an amount of time is the right way to look at it. It's like here are some areas that are unfun. I'll make those areas fun, and then whatever the duration of time that takes will not be bothering you, and that may result in the areas becoming shorter. But making it shorter is not like it isn't a time metric that we are looking at to determine whether or not the game is good. It's is the game good fun to play? So like that I guess is kind of the way that I would look at things, and that's I think what puts us a little bit like when it comes to communication with the community, like people will have their opinion about what they think is the reason that the game isn't fun, and they might be right or they might not be right or whatever, but at the end of the day what we're looking at is just like, okay, you're obviously having a bad time, we want to fix that, so we're going to look at like here, like, so what we'll do is we'll be like, okay, so you're saying Act 3 isn't good, we'll look at Act 3, we'll look at the reasons why it might be bad, we'll fix those reasons, and then that may or may not reduce the time. Or in this case, it definitely will. Like it's shortened it by a lot. But to me, it's like the frustrating thing is when you go down a dead end and you're like, okay, like this is bad, or and then like you have to respawn, or in the area doesn't like the area despawns, and you're like you have to do things again, that kind of stuff, right? That's the stuff that people don't like to do. And so that's where we sort of look at. And so then when it coming back to builds again, once again, it's like, okay, if you're not having fun with your build, then that is a problem. We'll fix that. But it's not like there's a correct pace for the game to be played at as such. We just need to make sure that you're enjoying yourself. Well, I guess a follow-up to that was I, along with many others, were not expecting a nerf to just how the campaign felt in general, right? In the last interview I heard, it really sounded like the intention was to target things at the top end. But there were so many things that nerfed us during the campaign here. And the thing I would say about that, I would like to finish. Sure. Okay. A lot of people are really wondering about the long-term direction for the game with that in mind, because they were also not expecting that. So a lot of people are wondering if the campaign, to be clear, that was going to be my question. That was not our intention. So yeah, we should be more powerful than we currently are during the campaign then. Well, that one I will have to look at specific cases, right? Because
is this like, the wildest fucking energy on the planet?
Okay, so like we already did something about that, right? Where we like nerfed Monster Life, and it's possible that we'd have to nerf Monster Life again if that's still a problem. Like that's the kind of thing that we can do. But the thing is that like the as I said, like the first thing we heard when everyone was saying this, the first thing we thought was like, what the hell? We didn't even nerf the campaign. Like literally, that's what all the developers were saying. We didn't nerf this. Why is everyone saying we nerfed it? And so like. Then it's like, well, we found a few things, but like we're still looking for what those things are. And like it's not always necessarily obvious with all the changes that you make and things, because I can absolutely tell you that our goal here was nerf the end game, right? Like nerf the it wasn't even nerf the end game. What it was nerf the things that were trivializing the end game before you've even managed to get your items and stuff like that. Like just the really trivial, easy shit. Like that was our intention.
I mean, there were some blatant fuck ups.
Yeah.
Speaking bluntly, right? Like the minion change was just bad.
And when you say the minion change, are you referring to the rare minions or referring to the player minions? Because those are both. Well, both of those were incredibly terrible. Just fuck ups. Yes. Those were just fuck ups. And the thing is, it's so easy for shit that to slip through.
Well, we have a bit of and look, a lot of it is just because there's a little bit of like it's early access, so we're allowed. But we like are firing from the hip a lot here. And stuff like that, like let's get it in there, let's try it out, see how people think, and if it's bad, we just undo it, right? Like we do regress on a decent number of things in the first few days of a release, and so yeah, there are some pretty blatant fuck ups. So yeah, that's exactly what happened with the rare minion life. It was like, why are now? I don't know why it felt this way, but 100% it was the case that the minions was for some reasons the rare minions were surviving longer than the rare often, and it's like, well, they don't have anywhere near as much life as the rare. And then again, once people got enough AoE and all of that, it solved it. But It was just a bad experience. There was just nothing good about that.
Right.
I
I think there was definitely a compounding of a few factors that were like on their own relatively small. But the thing is that if, and this is the question that I have is that like if people are still having a bad time during the campaign, if they're starting fresh now, because bear in mind as well that people will have an experience and then we'll change the balance behind them and then they still remember that the experience was bad and they're not playing it again to know that it got better. So the thing is, if you're playing it again and still having a bad experience in the campaign, then that would be a thing where it's like, okay, well, where are the campaign nerfs actually? Like we have to find where they are because I don't like. I don't know that there's anything intentionally done there that we're sort of aware of left. And I think like that one just means that
I can give examples.
There might still be issues.
Yeah.
Sure. We'll go for it.
So
what are some?
So the number
God,
one, especially to me, most oppressive thing is the relative speed of monsters compared to our abilities to set things up. Like whenever you're
hang on, but that's not a thing
What
that
the
changed.
fuck, dude?
No, but that's been continuously bad. It doesn't matter if it's changed or not.
Okay, sure. But what I'm saying is that, so this is an
Well,
example.
I think that has changed.
But that's just an example of something that's bad. So what I'm saying is that's not a thing that changed. So like, if you're talking about like, is it your intention of the campaign?
But we
no,
are
because
weaker now,
we
right? A
didn't do
lot
that.
of
But if
skills.
you're
I
saying
know
that's
these
bad,
two
I mean,
have
that's
a
a different question, right?
hugely
A
long
lot of skills are weaker
relationship,
now, right? They were tuned down
this
on
is
a lot
like
of things,
insane
and things that
energy.
people are starting with weren't necessarily strong. So that relative speed of the monsters feels extra bad. Like you want us to set up these combos and stuff, right? Where we're throwing down like a cyclone and trying to do like a combo move, but the monsters are way too fast. They're rushing us. It's not even like the bosses are
So
the main problem, right? Like if you're seeing
So we
like
can-
clips.
Yeah, so let's talk about the monster speed thing. So one of the issues that we have is that if monsters are slower than the player, then combat is optional. Like it's just 100% the case. Like you cannot if the monsters are slow, like anytime the monsters are slower than the player, then you can just run past them and they serve no like they don't like effectively you can just choose whether or not to engage or not. And like I don't think that kind of gameplay is good. Now there will probably be some areas like, and the thing is, a lot of the time when people talk about stuff like this, it's like there'll be a few areas that are bad. Like I know there are definitely a few areas where like too many of the monsters are fast. So the Faradin are a good example of that. Where like when you go to the last areas of Act 2, like the Faradin are just really really fast, and there's kind of nothing slow in the area, and so that's an example where like we probably want to make some tuning
I mean,
there.
to get more specific, like I have someone right now literally going through the areas, all areas in the campaign, and listing all the areas that have a disproportionately high number of monsters that are too swarmy or too fast.
Right.
They're doing it literally as we speak up, and my intention after this is to go through. And so, like, I mean, a good example is like the canopy, right?
Yeah,
the
for
canopy.
sure.
The monsters are real fast, and then not only that, you're in a ritual with them in a tight, confined space, and it just you end up in this kind of moving around with packs. So if you're not fast enough to kill everything, you just get absolutely swarmed, and yeah.
I guess I'm a little.
But just to continue with that though, I just want to mention that like one of the issues we run into is like people will say, oh, you know, like things should never be faster than the player and that kind of stuff. And it's like, well, if we did that, then the game would feel pretty lame. So it really is a question of like targeted changes, like finding where the worst things are and then solving that issue.
I really disagree with that. So you were saying like if the monsters are slower than the player, then combat is optional, but like it's an ARPG. We want to kill the monsters. That's where all the loot is. That's where our XP is. Like, sure, you'll have some speedrun scenarios where people are running past them, but usually what ends up happening is that we're running past them, bunching them up in a large bunch and killing a bunch of them, and that just feels really good. That's a core part of ARPGs for a lot of people. So I don't think that being faster than the monster is as bad as you think it is. Like, we actively want to kill monsters. That is the entire premise.
Well, I don't necessarily disagree with you that gather and killing is fun, right? And you should still be able to do that. But as I said, I don't think anything about the fact that some monsters are faster than the player prevents that. I don't think you can have areas where everything is slower than the player. Like it really isn't that great. In PoE 1,
it's this weird like
in the
black and white
distant past, we had that problem, and it just meant that running past monsters was the thing you did all the time. And then there were some changes, like I don't know how many years ago it was, like what was it, 4 years or something like that? When was the Act 1 like thing? Like we made changes where we made a lot of monsters faster than the player. And at the time, and that wasn't negatively perceived at the time. It just made the monsters feel better that we had there. So like you absolutely can have monsters faster than the player, and I do think it's important to have those kinds of situations.
If you're
it just shouldn't be that it's it's just that like you need to make sure you're getting the balance right. And I think that that's like a running theme with PoE2 in general is that the target to hit is smaller. Like, because if we want the combat to be more engaging, then that means there's a smaller target that it puts more pressure on the balance to be right. And so I think that's the main issue that we're running into is just that it's okay if everything okay, so this is sort of a larger topic, right? But effectively it's like in PoE1 there are so many tools that the knowledge ceiling is absolutely astronomical. And so you have a situation where a good player can completely dominate everything to like the absolute nth degree, right? Now, what that means is that you've got a scenario where the game seems like an impenetrable mountain to a new player because like if you don't know what you're doing, the game is just like impossible to understand. And it's like there's all these tools that you can use to improve yourself, but the existence of everything like that and like having such a huge skill ceiling means that you can just trivialize the game right at the start. And so like what that also means though is that like if we get balance numbers wrong, like if a monster has like double life by accident in PoE1, it like doesn't even really matter. Whereas if a monster has double life in PoE2, it matters a lot. And so what I'm saying is that the threshold for what is right is like way tighter in PoE2, and so that means it will just take longer to balance and get it all correct. But it really is the case, I think, that it's getting all those numbers right.
But this is saying like please balance it, and Jonathan is like, why would
at
we?
the end of the day? And like if we're doing our job correctly, then we'll still have this situation where a good player feels like they dominate and a bad player feels like they have a good time, but we won't have a situation where if you're a good player, the combat is so trivialized that you literally never have a moment where you're in any danger or have any kind of like level of like sort of interest going on. And I think that's the worry that we have when we're looking at things is like, if we get to the point where like a good player never has to face a single challenge ever, then I don't think that that's going to be a game that will ultimately be fun in the long term. And so that's kind of like, and like, so that is to me the reason, like what I fear.
But we're talking about getting through
just,
the campaign.
Like say, okay, we're just gonna like lower everything and make it easy. And that once again, that isn't to say that we shouldn't necessarily like maybe Monster Life does have to come down. Like if we're in the wrong band, we just need to lower it, and that's fine. Like we will get to the point where that is fun, but we'll do that by while still making sure that we have a good experience for.
Differentiate between end game and early game.
Right? Like it should be the case that is balanceable to that way. It's just a lot harder in PoE2 context.
Well, I think a large portion want like bosses to be what is the challenging content, whereas right now it's almost the reverse, where there's so many clips of like people like dodge rolling away from like packs, right, and they're getting chased down, maybe not having a counter player, and they're like, oh my god, I'm just being chased down. So, and also I sort of disagree on the Act 1 changes in PoE1 not being negatively received. I do remember there was quite a lot of people that really didn't like that because of what you mentioned with. Like the fast route monsters is generally a bad thing. So I definitely do disagree with that.
Just because I'm a like to have things to actually go and start to address. Like, can I get a gauge on what you think is like where in the game it starts to become a problem, or do you think it's like just straight out of the gate?
Straight out of the gate. Like even the second zone, like the first zone might be okay, but the second zone with the wolves, it's like pretty like instant where. I don't feel like I'm getting that like ARPG playstyle.
But won't we be hurting more players than we're helping with that?
By making monsters slower?
Won't that immediately make it? Yeah, won't that immediately mean that like a ton of players who actually enjoy the game because the combat is engaging immediately, like what, doesn't it kill the game for them? Like what I'm saying is like it's easy to say like, oh, you make the game easier and everyone's happy, but it isn't the case. Like a lot of people prefer the game to like actually have some challenge in it. Like for example, right?
Yeah,
okay, so here's the thing, right? So every night I go home and I play,
swarming.
and I like do test runs of everything, right? And it's like if we made it so that there wasn't any challenge for me in Act 1, I wouldn't play the game anymore, and that isn't helping anyone, right? Like I need to keep playing the game every night to actually enjoy myself. It's like if I'm not enjoying myself, then it's like how can I even develop the game correctly? So on some level, it's like it has to be fun for me, and I know that if you like if you get to the point of having like everything just be trivial, it's like, well, okay, like why am I even playing this anymore?
What is this black and white?
So that there has to be like some level of challenge. Now,
there's just a lot. I just thinking more on this specific. There's a big spectrum here. Like for example, I know I have seen the feedback of Act 1 minus canopy and mana. Feel generally good on the pacing, the speed of monsters. You feel like you can almost do no-hit runs, is like kind of what people have said. And then you get to Act 2, and it's not too bad at the very start. And then you get to the like Halani gates, and it's like, okay, now everything's gone off the reservation.
The Faradin have a problem.
And then you get
there's the Titan Valley
I've
as well.
I've seen a decent spectrum like that, and I 100% want to fix that. Like,
right.
so that's why I was asking you for your example, because there's just a lot of people on the different spectrums here that want different things, and so I'm trying to understand what how much we would need to change things for the discussion with you as opposed to with other players.
Right.
So that's all I was asking there, because I do intend on slowing down those extreme zones, and I think there are like 10 of them. And I think that is at least something hopefully a lot of viewers are going to be happy to hear, which is like, okay, cool, they are going to address those. So the Dreadnought,
Yeah, there's like this.
Utsal, you've got
Dreadnought sucks.
Canopy. We're going to start. Those are the most egregious I'm listing. I'm not saying those are the only problematic ones.
Yeah.
And then you got areas like Titan Valley, which is just like riddled with annoying monsters that are just like out of control. And you got heaps of this. So start there, and we keep working backwards until we catch as much as we can. And it's going to be a lot of different changes. So one could be, okay, like, why is it that there are 6 different varieties, of which all are just, as you've, heard people mentioning, and I think I saw something that you had thing, which is they're playing PoE1, I think, which I thought was a funny comparison.
Yeah.
Which I'm like, yeah, okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
They need to, not every monster needs to slow down, but like, for example, some of them can be fast, and maybe the answer is, okay, they should be weaker. So sure, they engage you, but they die quick. Or maybe the answer is like, there's too many of them. And then in a lot of the cases, it's going to be like, okay, here's 6 different types of packs. Well, 6 of them are fast. Well, that's a problem. 5 is fast. That's a problem. 4 are fast. That's a problem. 3 are fast. That's probably still a problem. But 2 are fast. That's probably more acceptable. So you get 2 really slow, maybe 2 fast, 2 kind of in the middle, and you get some big slow monsters, some small monsters, and that distribution isn't quite right in a lot of zones. And so that's why I asked, because I would say some zones have a nice, here are the slow monsters, and here are the fast monsters, and it's kind of cool. You get this like up and down pacing, and it can feel kind of fun, where sometimes you're on edge and sometimes you're just obliterating things. And then you get the ones where you're like, holy, I've just been zoned 3 zones in a row where I'm just on edge, getting swarmed, like absolutely. And that creates this extreme negative feeling of like, I can't do the things that my skills want me to do. And that is bad. And that I definitely want to fix that. And I want to fix that imminently. Like, I'm going to immediately get onto doing that. So there is a huge range of spectrum of players that want different things here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I want to at least address that thing, because I know that's just bad. Like, I think that's bad for everyone. I don't think that's bad for some people. I think that's bad for, everyone. It's for a huge majority. So we can start there for sure.
But to be clear, though, like we still do need to have some monsters that are faster than player. It can't be that none are. And like things like the wolves in the second area, like if we didn't have that, then I think that you wouldn't even like, once again, you wouldn't get the feeling of like you would immediately out of the gate have the game as just trivial. And like I think that really would hurt the game.
The wolves gain 118
I think that would be a big
speed.
problem. So it's really just a question of like, if there are parts that are frustrating, we'll address them. But like it isn't the
wolves
case
get
that
118% movement
it really would hurt.
So I think
there's another thing you.
I was just gonna say, I think there's almost like 2 different player bases, where there are a lot of people that just want to blast and maybe have challenging bosses, and then there are people that want like the entire gameplay, every second to second moment to be like very engaging. So it's I guess like
I don't know that I don't know that I agree with that either, because I don't think it's so binary as you say. Like there is a middle ground that will work. Like I'm almost certain that there is.
Everything you've said is binary.
And,
Dude.
The way that you get
this
there
is wild.
Is by just looking at the individual cases and just fixing every one of them until like the rough edges are all sawed off, sanded off, and then and then it kind of works. And like you'll get to a point where like you just don't get frustrating experiences anymore, because we've managed to sort of fix all of those cases, and that point won't be into a situation where just everything is slow. Like we really will still have a level of engagement there.
I guess the problem with everything being so fast, and part of why I pointed out like everything almost, is because it's such a heavy focus on combo gameplay right now, but it feels like the speed of the monsters are heavily incentivizing like 1-button builds. Like as soon as I could, I was like, the less I can do, the better everything will feel, just because I don't have time to set up combos. We're getting completely overwhelmed. That's why I pointed out everything as a bit of an issue.
Well, it isn't necessarily the case that you have to use a combo on every monster. Like if you've got stuff that's fast, you don't use combos on that, and because it's disrupting you. But then also, it is also important that monsters do disrupt your combos, because otherwise your gameplay just degenerates into doing like 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. Like the monsters have to be able, like there has to be situations where your plans are disrupted in order to like have a situation where you can respond to things, like you actually get some counterplay on stuff like that. And so the monster designs have to reflect that on some level. But like it's always an amount, right? Like there's an amount of that you need, and there's probably too much of that going on. But you still need an amount of that, or it just becomes all flat.
I don't disagree with that.
I mean, we've been talking about look, the last few days we've been talking about some like pretty extreme considerations and things, and like, talking about the monster life is the main thing, which you could argue is player damage, right? They're obviously
monster life is the easiest way. If everything is too weak, then monster life is the way to solve it.
Oh yeah, if there's a few outliers of builds that are find the tricks to do good, then yes, it is. I bring all players up or bring all monsters down. They're the same thing. And like we have been talking about a lot of this, and like actually going like, what would we willing to do here? How would we be willing to change it? What are we willing to test? What are we willing to try? And like there's heaps of things on the cards here. Like kind of honestly everything's kind of been on the cards, as long as we don't feel like at the end of the day that we've taken the teeth out of the game in terms of difficulty.
Yeah,
like that is what's important to us, is making the game still have a feeling of being difficult. And I would say out more than just bosses. Like it shouldn't just be that the bosses are the only thing that's difficult.
Sure.
Yo, what up, Teo?
And we certainly
Welcome
don't want it to devolve into what I would argue
watching
is
Zizarin fight Jonathan and Mark be very
I know
reasonable.
this is like way further away, but like again, we're talking about changing. It could be changing anything here. The one thing I also worry about is getting to the thing where I would argue a lot of the difficulty in PoE 1 outside of a lot of the boss fights is just like
that's awesome.
You occasionally just instantaneously die to something, and you're like, I don't even know what I died to, and a lot of that is where you get like. It isn't necessarily from monsters being too hard, and it is often from just like spam and too much stuff going on, combined with like daemons and volatiles and all of that. So making sure we avoid that as well. But it does mean in the sense that then you kind of get that like, okay, you have to have it be that you're engaging with the monsters for it to be difficult. Which kind of means monsters do need to actually pose a threat, and you need to be able to see what they're doing and react to what they're doing. Now, I wouldn't say that's universally perfect, but that's an argument for like, not wanting to get it to the point where it's too much of that, just like, well, I guess that's an argument for de-swarming things, as you said, which I agree with, by the way. That is like an important thing, because it is kind of getting towards that, and that contributes towards where things are slow and stuff. But I wouldn't personally argue that every zone feels swarmy. I think there's a swarmy argument I 100% want to focus on solving first, and then there's like certain things are fast and certain things are slow, and maybe there's that. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure where I was going with that, but I just want to, I guess it's more just giving my sense of where I want to make sure we don't end up is in that place, just to make sure, and we want to be real careful about not getting to that point. So I would actually say we're probably a bit too far there in a lot of the areas, but I don't think it is a universal problem right now.
I think also, especially even though warrior or May skills are particularly strong now due to being able to use a shield, but it can feel very bad that like every damage node like has a downside, whereas isn't really the case for the other builds, where like with the maces, it's like, you get 40% increased damage, but 5% reduced attack speed. And reduced attack speed, especially with all these combos, can feel particularly bad compared to others. I would say like maces are kind of good right now, but a lot of that is a shield.
I actually do think there is a bit too much of the. I actually like a little bit of like here may be a cluster or two having the kind of upside downside, but it's honestly something we've aside. Obviously keystones have upside downside, but yes, there's true that probably there's kind of too many passives, especially in the warrior section, that are a little bit too giving downsides, where it was something honestly that's a bit experimental to PoE2. Like we didn't have that in PoE1, and we were like, let's give it a go, and maybe we went a little bit overboard with it in that part of the tree. But I don't hate it as a concept. I think it's just that it's a little bit too saturated there. I will agree with you there 100%. I would say, as people hopefully would know, we're going to iterate on that passive tree a million times, so it'll find its sweet spot for sure, and it's definitely not there yet.
I do think it's important though that like keystones can be felt. And so,
well, we're not talking keystone.
Sorry, I didn't mean to say keystone. I was saying notables can be felt, And so part of the reason for the upside downside thing is that like it lets you do a larger damage bonus because it's got the downside, and therefore you're going to really feel that damage bonus.
No, they are
And so,
good. I
like,
think it's the frequency of
it's
them
finding,
in that part of the tree.
but I'm
is
saying
a
that you
bit-
can find
bit
another
much.
way maybe to do that. But it's like I do think that like having that feeling of like I really felt that node is something that we like that is a thing that you do get. That you know
that is important in our passive tree philosophy. Yes, is that the before and after of taking a notable, especially the first. Obviously, nodes become less valuable as you get higher level because they're just saturating into a bunch of diminishing return. Well, not diminishing returns, but more like the 500 to 520% increase is going to matter less than the 0 to 20 and whatnot. But especially for the first chunk of the game, we want it to be that every notable is felt. Like I definitely now can feel the difference, and I would say, a lot don't hit that mark. Some do, some don't. But yeah, we've been trying new things there, so
Yeah.
Bit of a pivot.
Yeah. So the next question, I want to talk a little bit about the fact that you have only done like the crazy large changes between seasons, and you talked a little bit about that. You felt forced to treat the game like it was released. Are you still happy with doing only large balance changes between patches, or is that something you would maybe revisit with something like every 2 weeks, especially with like a warning period, like changes are coming in 4 days?
It's hard. I don't think that you can just nerf people in the middle of a league no matter what. Like we get highly punished for that. Look, I mean, people are going to be unhappy about nerfs whenever we do them, as you know, like as we can see. But like it is actually strictly worse if you get nerfed while you're playing the game. Now we're in a position now where because things like are possibly undertuned, that we can just do mid-league buffs, and so that means you'll see way more patch changes happening now because like it's okay to do major buffs during the middle of a league,
which we
just can't do. Yeah, which we're doing now.
I generated a relatively large list yesterday.
Yeah.
Which I know we have that whole philosophical discussion earlier about player power. Well, like there are many builds, many skills that are underneath because obviously otherwise I wouldn't be have spent a good chunk of the day going through and assessing what needs to be increased, right? So like I don't want it to take as like I don't want people to take away from that as being like no, we're happy with the current balance. Like obviously not. We're still going to make changes. We're still going through everything and we'll get to that sweet spot for sure, but like
I mean it's going to end up feeling like a season of buffs this time, and the reason why it'll feel that way is because like the medicine has gone down now we can start on all of the actual like like all of the positive buff parts, and so it's like the last season we just weren't even in a situation where we could even do that, right? Because it's like you already had
we genuinely tried to. We genuinely tried to. We had this plan of like bring all the top end outliers down and then make sure everything is feeling good in the middle. And we started with the bringing outliers down. And then all of a sudden, and this is why the patch notes were so late, we were like, oh no, like we're like running out of time here. Like we thought we could get through more of the balance and start bringing more things up. We didn't get to do all that we had hoped to do. But like by that point, it's kind of too late. And so like we're going in, and then now our idea here is like, we thought we were, like literally up until the last minute, we're like, okay, we're gonna keep going. Right, let's start buffing. Let's look at weak things. And like, it just ended up being too time consuming. And so the answer here is now though, it's like, well, let's just keep going. And so obviously the first few days is really like looking at all the player feedback and going, what are the biggest problems, right? And this is where you get the Act 3 changes, you get the minion builds, you get the big things. And we are trying to address all of that. And I understand just game-wide balance is a big thing. But now it's just going to be like, all right, this skill. Like, let's go. What are we changing? Going through literally every single one on every single skill tree and every single reservation. And then we're going to go, okay, well, you've still got Blood Mage and Acolyte of Chiola sitting there at 0.1% played. Okay, well, clearly not doing well enough. Let's target that and just go on and just we're just going to keep iterating through until we can get as far as we can. And maybe we catch everything, maybe we don't. But like the intention is to not stop just because the release day happened. Like we had a goal, we didn't achieve that goal. And so we just need to keep going.
And do you have like a rough idea? Like you were saying you were working on a lot of things to be buffed. Do you have a rough idea on how early we could be seeing those already?
Well, we'll be seeing them continuously. Okay, so this was a
2 days.
yeah.
Okay,
Like this was a
perfect,
funny
that's what I
thing
wanted.
because okay, like so like one of the things I think that was majorly misinterpreted that things we're working on post was like this was the things we were working on that day. Like literally that was that day's worth of work that we were talking about. And then the next day it's like, well, now we're doing this Act 3 stuff. And like today we'll be doing a bunch of other stuff. And like, you know what I'm saying? It's like every day we're going to be like continuing to iterate and do stuff. It's like,
That's
so
good.
the idea that someone's like, oh, they're not even acknowledging this thing. It's like, well, come on. We've literally had like, that was one work day.
Yeah.
You know, like
Yeah.
there's more stuff coming, right? Like,
Which
you know,
we need to be more clear about.
Sure.
We'll
Yeah,
try to be
it's-
more
right.
There-
more
there's-
specific about that.
there's
but
very
yes,
I mean,
like,
clearly
the one
a
that I
bit of
found
a
the most
disconnect
funnier with that
between
is it's like, I'm like, okay, we're going to look
the
into all
player
this Act 3
base
stuff, but in the
and how
meantime,
the
we'll just add some
devs
checkpoints. And it's like, the reason I
are
put that in there
taking
is because
this.
like that's literally a thing we already noticed was bad, and it's like it's not like hurting anyone to add some more. So it's like the idea that we're like, oh, we're just going to solve the whole thing by adding checkpoints was like ridiculous. Like
Yeah.
obviously that wasn't the case. It was just like, here's just the thing that I can just
Well-
tell someone, hey, go do this while I'm looking at this. You know, and like,
Well-
and so they did that, and so then that'll go in the next version. But
No,
you know,
man, 'cause
like,
we're
it's
not
like
in your head.
then it's like,
Like-
the next like 4 hours after that, I'm like sitting there going through areas and trying to work out what's you know, like what
You
needs to
know?
improve about them.
Yeah, so checkpoints is kind of something I want to talk about with the large zones and stuff. And you posted, you made a post yesterday talking about that several Act 3 zones would be reduced in size. But as a core idea, is Path of Exile 2 being aimed more at like doing one long playthrough and finishing up one character rather than do like 5 to 10 characters and the people that are playing thousands of hours per year?
I mean, I don't. That's once again, it's not like I'm not targeting one or the other. Like your second. I mean, like if you're doing multiple playthroughs, the game is a lot faster just due to the like items and stuff that you have. Like that is definitely the case. You know, like
Well, a big thing that's missing.
Like making multiple characters in a league is certainly something that I expect and want you to be able to do.
Well, a big thing that's missing comparatively to PoE1 is our ability to speed ourselves up, right, on our second characters. In PoE1, you have things like 7 League Step and stuff like that. And at least so far, we don't have that many alternatives for that. And our movement abilities are completely different. No Quicksilver. So even though like we can kill the bosses faster, but since the zones are so large, we can't get like the same amount of speed on our second and third character onwards that we would be expecting in PoE1.
Well, is the zone largeness issue like I mean, Act 3 was the one I would say that was like pretty obvious as far as like
It's-
things like that go.
the
But if it
campaign
comes to other
isn't the
zones, it's just a
game.
question of what are those zones and which are the issues. And like also the other thing is that
Is kind of the issue.
like generally speaking, like once you know how the zone works, there are ways then to like to know what you're looking for and sort of how to go places and what to do. So to the extent that isn't the case, that's why like when we're looking at that's why when we're looking at Act 3, it's not just make this zone smaller. It's like what's actually the reason why a player who is experienced is not able to find the thing that they're looking for, right? And that's where we come to like, oh, there's this whole area over here that you could just walk down and you have no idea whether or not that's important or not. And so then you end up doing that and it just wastes a bunch of your time. But like the intention is to make it so that like if you know what you're doing, then you know where to go and like you don't have a problem with that. So like that's why a lot of the changes in Act 3 are just like, okay, yeah, like you randomly get bad luck, and then the Chimera wetland has the stupid Y fork thing in it, and like takes ages to go one way or the other. It's like you get rid of all of that stuff, and then the zones won't feel so large because like you'll know where you're going and you'll know how to get, you know, it kind of works out that way.
But I do know the layouts, so and they are very large, even with knowing the layouts, just because our movement speed is like relatively slow. Like even like Matlan waterways, before they're getting reworked, hopefully the rework makes them a lot slower. But I know exactly where I'm going. I'm not like backtracking into the wrong area, making it longer. It is just a lot of these zones are very long.
Like I understand that area is a challenging one, and it's hard for us to actually fix like trivially because just the way that the level generation works there, there's not an easy like. It's not like okay, like we other areas we can change the layouts very easily because like of the way that our generation works, but that area has a very fixed type of layout, and so it's going to take more effort, which is why it was on the list because I didn't have an immediate like thing I could do that day to sort that one out. But like I understand that that's an area of concern for people, but like once again, it's like that's a specific area, and I wouldn't say that like. That the issues that area has would apply to the whole game. You know, like that's just an area, a specific problem for that particular area.
Is speeding the player up an option? Like, is that something you'd be willing to consider?
Well, it sort of depends on how it was done. like we've discussed some things in that area like before. I'm not necessarily against that, but it would have to be done in a way that didn't compromise the combat and compromise like the like it shouldn't be the case that you because this is the issue with this, right? Is that speeding up the player is if you speed up the player to the point where they're once again faster, then always faster than the monsters, then you get back to the like combat doesn't work anymore, like you combat is optional kind of like situation again. So like we have to find a way to do that that wasn't going to like break that as well. So there might be something we can do there, and we've kind of been discussing that. Because I'm not exactly wanting to subject people to like running when they're not doing anything, right? But it's just a question of finding a way to do that that's not gonna.
It's hard to say anything specific because like there's a little bit of like the moment we say a specific solution, people might hold us accountable to that in a degree, and
like we haven't tried it yet, so we can't.
We have been talking about it. We do have some options we want to try. We just don't want to talk about them before we try them.
Right.
But like, yes, I agree. Now you mentioned one other thing there, just because I don't want to gloss over things too much, which is you mentioned the Twink unique problem.
Yeah.
Which is 7 league steps. There are many more items in PoE1 that you can use to streamline the efficiency on reroll. That is still very deficient. Yes, it will come in time, I assure you. It's just a matter of we did higher level uniques this time. Obviously, they're not going to have low level item requirements. Maybe next time there's a more even split. I don't know. We just need to keep going with the uniques and we'll eventually get there. We do have some designs that achieve specifically the low level high movement speed boots. We do have that as a thing that I definitely already have designed. I think it's just waiting on the art and then it's going to go in. But yeah, there's going to be a lot more of those coming over time as well. Like that will solve itself in due time for sure. And
but is there like the question I was okay? So is for damage, the twinking situation is not bad right now, right?
Right.
Like
It's
for
not
damage.
It's not as bad. Again, you can kill stuff fast.
It's the movement speed specifically.
It's literally running through the
and the fact that we don't have movement abilities, like in the same way, like there's only so much speed you get with shield charge. Like if I'm doing like a third or fourth character, I can definitely get enough damage, right? It's rough on my first character,
but you don't at least have to use movement abilities as the solution to this. And I would prefer that wasn't the solution because then you end up with a kind of like pretty lame sort of gameplay thing going on there. Like there's going to be a better way to improve that without having a movability solution.
We have some things on the cards. We just need to test them out and try them and be able to actually have a good argument as to why they
it's
are
just not an option.
Why they are good, and we convince ourselves, damn, we should have done this before. Or they're bad, and we're like, here's why they're bad, and we can explain what we tried and why it's bad. But yeah, again, we're always a bit on discussing what those will be because. Yes, again, they're being held accountable. People get their hopes up for it, and then we have to say it doesn't work. So, like, there's a little bit of like, let us just try these things, and then we'll see what we come up with, and we'll tell people the moment that we have it. But again, it's not a piece of. It certainly is something that's come up, and will come up every single repeat of the league, and so it's not like off our radar by any means.
Okay, that's good. So obviously a bit of a different question, but on console, debuffs have the option to be at the bottom of the screen. Could that be a toggleable option for PC? Just can be rough to like move your eyes.
It wasn't on my radar. We might be able to do something.
We have a full buff UI rework going on at some point soon. It was planned for earlier, where like so this can be part of the consideration, I guess. But yeah, our UX guy's currently working on. Has it on top 5 of his list, kind of thing of things that we're going to just do to improve the system.
That wasn't to do with moving them, but we can add that to the list of things that we might. Want
I mean, it's
to do.
the whole
They
can go behind the boss's life bars and all that problem. And hopefully, if it's good enough as well, we can port that to PoE1 because it's a more egregious
the only mobility option right now is shield charge, which is just like
the next
so you have to
question
have a
is
shield
about
on your back.
in PoE1 we have a lot of player agency over how we solve early problems. Like the skill tree has a lot of temporary fixes for a build early on, where if your gear isn't up to scratch, you can get 30 to like strength, dex, int. You can get leech. You can get resists, even like specific ones like fire, cold, lightning, etc. You can get very easy access to fixing mana and stuff like that. And a lot of things that are like temporary fixes that you later on fix with gear. And the crafting bench also helps a lot more with that in PoE1. And I know runes are meant to be the solution here. But we don't really get enough sockets early on. We don't get enough gear early on, and we then don't have any way at all to really fix this.
So why is it that you're not getting enough sockets early on?
Well, they're just not dropping. Even if you're checking the vendor, like I'm checking the vendor every time I level up. I'm disenchanting everything. I still don't get enough because the game is very difficult right now. So you try to keep getting gear upgrades. There is not enough loot. There is a lot of people complaining about not enough drops.
I don't get the same experience of not getting enough socketables personally. Like, I would say that probably 80% of the gear I'd be wearing pretty much through the whole campaign would have sockets like in there. So like if that's the case, then like there must be something I'm not understanding about like why that people feeling that way, because that's just like a totally different experience than what I see.
I've gotten 10.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to.
The intention.
I'm in.
Sorry,
full
the
The intention is that you use socketables to fix those problems, and it is fundamentally identical to the crafting bench as far as the resultant, like ability to fix issues on your character.
And
there's nothing about the
I
crafting bench that really
everything.
changes anything that way, other than it's being less intuitive to use for new players.
Well, it is a lot
really it's just
stronger.
to make.
Well, there's the power. Yeah, there is the power.
Well, okay, so sure, there's the power, but like, I mean, that's a different question again, right? Like, if you're talking about fixing problems, then that just comes down to the values on the mods, and like what those should be,
which aren't necessarily right.
Right, but the thing is that it's supposed to be that you're getting enough sockets to be able to do that. And I mean, I don't buy stuff from the vendors. It just as a qualifying thing that I don't buy socketables from the vendors and do that thing. I know people do that. That's not a thing that I'm doing. I mean, I might do it like if I've got like a stack of 9 shards and I'm like, okay, I want a socket right now. I might like do that, but generally speaking, that's not what I'm doing. So like, there's clearly some disconnect here.
I'm in Act 2 Cruel. I have gotten 10 socketables.
You're getting.
I have picked up
I'm
every single
seeing,
socketed item and salvaged it.
So like, I guess I just need to understand why. Like, why does it feel so different for
It
different
might be
people
quite. It might have a relatively high swinginess or something that we need to find a way, like adding more. Like I know something that was suggested was adding more artificers orbs to fixed quest rewards through the game to minimize the RNG outcome.
Right.
Because we added those quite late. We didn't end up putting them in the.
So that's something that we could definitely do, which would mean you just get more of them during campaign, and I'd be totally open to that. Like, that's totally reasonable.
A second thing I'd like to do soon is explore. I mean, sort of unrelated, but is that casters don't have their weapon crafting bench,
and we do need to. We do need to fix. We have to add sockets to caster weapons. That needs to come as well.
Now there is one slight concern that I have seen echoed in a decent. A bit of feedback, which is that the runes are, which is mitigated with more artificer's orbs for sure, but the runes are creating a bit of a sense of making it like the thing with that the PoE 1 sockets created, which is like replacing items becoming slightly harder.
Yep.
So there's a little bit of just making sure we're careful about that as well. But being able to have more artificer's orbs and thus socket more gear will mitigate that, so that when you get your upgrade, you're able to add a socket to it.
But I would say that it's definitely the hard-coded drops that would be the thing that, because if it's not happening to everyone, then it is a thing that will that would be better off solving that way.
But yeah, the caster weapons getting rune sockets and obviously runes for them, and adding more deterministic artificers orbs to the campaign is certainly 2 things on my immediate radar to help at least mitigate some of this. I might do a quick review on the power pass of the runes as well. I just don't want them to be too much about giving damage, but it might be a lot of the more utility and defensive ones are just on the weak side, and those can certainly come up immediately.
Well, the problem that you have, once again, is that, like, so I sort of mentioned this earlier, but if the tools that you have are too powerful, then the people who know to use them are benefited to a larger degree compared to the people who don't. And what you're doing there is then you end up in a situation where content will, be like, it's just a new player goes into this and it's like, well, I didn't know about this, and then like you get screwed over. And so like things like even nodes on the passive tree can be this way, where it's like, okay, well, you had to know to pick this, and if you didn't know to do that, then you're screwed, right? Like that's the kind of thing that's like a bit of a problem. And so that we just have to be really careful about that. And like that's actually one of the reasons, by the way, why lesser runes exist, because if you knew to put a lightning damage rune in your weapon, then you would just like completely like ridiculous compared to anyone who didn't know that. And so it's like you've got like it shouldn't be that just a single like if there's a tool like that which you just with knowledge alone, it's like you're completely like you're completely overpowered compared to other people. So you just have to be like we just have to be really careful with that stuff.
Well,
it's important. It's also
Oh, no, you're gone.
it's just important to make sure that the solutions are very front facing, because that passive tree stuff, you know, in PoE1, sure, I agreed, and it seems obvious to a bunch of people, but then also there's two problems going on there in the PoE1, which is it adds to a sense of complexity because it's like here are the things you must know before you start playing to have a good time, and I know that's one small piece of that puzzle or that problem. And the second thing is in looking at PoE1 from that crafting bench is that the crafting bench is in your hideout and not in any town, which I agree is a downside. Ideally, it would be more in your face. And so like a lot of people just forget to use it and forget that it exists. And that is a thing where like, again, if you know, you know, and you have a good time. And if you don't know, you don't know. And you like suffering. So whatever the solutions end up being, we definitely need to make sure are like very front facing in your face and are like, here's clearly the very intuitive way to solve these problems. So that's just an important piece of like philosophy we need to make sure we maintain.
A lot of that can be solved through quests though, right? You can have an NPC early giving one of those like runes and even telling you like, hey, chuck this in your weapon for more damage if you're using a bow.
It would, I mean, surely if the runes are there to solve problems, then ideally we're not telling you exactly which one to use, right? Because it should be dependent on what your problem is. But we do need to make sure that people have got enough artificers orb to make sure they can do that. That's the main thing that I would say.
Yeah, but you were talking about the problem that you're rewarded for knowledge, which I don't think necessarily is a bad thing. I think that is a good thing.
No, you 100% should be rewarded for knowledge. The question is, was the degree of the reward? Because if it is as high as like the point where, you know, just knowing this makes like doubles your DPS, then like that means that, you know, yeah, like the way it means that the balance has to be like surely like monsters would have to be harder if that was the case, and so it's like I don't think that can be something that like we don't want to have to make the monsters harder, so therefore like we have to just be a little bit careful about that.
There's a fine line there for sure, but yeah, there's some improvements around here to be made, and there's some good takeaways from that anyway, right? Like when the determinism for sure. And I think it's also a matter of like, okay, I think there is a guaranteed rune from Ogden Village. Maybe that's too late. We should be doing that like earlier or having more of them. You know, again, more of that deterministic outcomes, but also maybe knowing that you're going to get that in advance would be helpful. I don't think we quite have that displayed. So it's like you know, some of those like the world map icons where you go and get a specific reward it's not necessarily explaining to the user what they're going to get. And so they might just be like, it's just another one of those. I don't need another tier 4 skill gem, but they don't, that's because maybe they think it's that. So yeah, bit of information improvements and a bit of just like some power adjustments, some more determinism, especially with Artificer's Orbs. I actually 100% agree with that. I think if we hadn't have added that system so late into the development, we would have actually put that more throughout 100% anyway, so we should just do it now. But yeah, well, 100% some improvements there.
Another thing I'm curious about then, I asked about the skill tree. Do you feel like the skill tree does a good enough job of doing temporary solutions right now that you can later out gear, or like, is that something you'd be open to looking at?
Well, our core philosophy there was that the gear should give you base stats and the tree should multiply them, which makes the tree implicitly worse at then solving the problem. So the intention there is that now whether or not I would say we haven't really rediscussed it since then. I still believe that's a great thing to have.
There aren't the other thing that just as a side note is that there aren't runes that give you attributes, right?
Correct.
And so that means that you can't solve attribute requirements with runes, which is something that I brought up a bit ago, but like we didn't have time to look at what the implications of that were.
My sole fear with that is that it means that it is even harder now to replace an item with another item.
That is the concern.
Yeah, it is. That's why
Um,
like something like 30 dex, 30 strength, etc. was obviously very nice in PoE1. And it does feel a little bit like, oof, I wish I didn't have to take that, but that gives you like incentive to fix that through gear later. And obviously we have so much resist on the skill tree in PoE1 too. I remember like, because the first time I played PoE2, we didn't know anything about the skill tree and stuff like that. And I remember thinking I was in like Act 2 somewhere and I hadn't pre-planned my day. I hadn't like looked at the data mines or anything like that. So I was like, okay, let's go look at the skill tree where the resists are, because I'm like 10%, 15% on the different res. So I'll pick up 15 on the skill tree. And there was just that one in like warrior left start, and I was very surprised for that. So like, what's the reason for not having that much resist on the tree?
Because once again, as Mark said, the tree is the theory of it is that the tree enhances what your items are doing, in order to make the But I mean, look, there's something to think about again. Like
Yeah,
there might be something to that we should be reconsidering.
Yeah.
Like
we'll 100% go have a discussion about this afterwards for sure. Like I certainly have a whole bunch of thoughts on this real quick, and I definitely want to go over it and just reevaluate this, because like we did make a lot of these philosophical decisions, right? Where like tree should multiply, obviously aside from attributes, and gear should give the base, and like, you know, because an alternate solution might just be that the resistances given by the runes are like way too low as well, right? Like that certainly, because if you look at think of like the tree for one on obviously PoE1, and you combine that with the crafting bench on PoE1, like the amount of resistances you're getting there, even from the lowest tier crafts and the tree, is enough to certainly be able to solve any problem. So there's a little bit of just like making sure we don't want to make it too trivial.
Yeah, I don't.
So
well, the other thing as well is that the monsters are balanced, assuming a different amount of resist than they were in PoE1. So that like changes things a little bit as well.
10, 12, 14, sure,
like
but you can have
that
one,
you have,
two,
like high resistances through the game necessarily. Like the expectation is that the expectation is that you should be able to get through.
You have 6 of them, you know,
from merely overcoming the negative.
Being able to pick up
resistances
20,
you get from growth
basically
of the
20 all res.
Like if you're at 0%,
for free,
you should be, like that should be enough, and then
amazing.
Any improvement you have over that is supposed to be just like something that's making your character better. But if the monster life or monster
I just don't agree with this concept that fixing these things is too hard.
That was kind of
I just think that
balancing
chaos
around
resistance
zero
is
like another
so
idea
rare
that we
as
had
to
try
be.
and make it so that you always knew the
You
amount of
either
resistances you were supposed to have.
just have it, or you're
like being
fucked.
that like if the
is
number
like
is
the
red,
only
you need
thing.
more, and if the number is not red, then you have enough. Like that was kind of the theory in order to make it more obvious. What people are supposed to do there.
The other thing about the tree that can be a bit tricky here is that when you have that problem, like you probably have that problem immediately where you're like, oh, I'm dying to all this fire damage. I don't have enough fire resistance. The answer can't be like, okay, I need to look at my tree and get some fire resist, because that's too late, right? Like you need to solve this problem more immediately. Right. So having a more immediate solution is ideally what it would be. So ideally there you'd be like, okay, I'm going to swap this item for this item, and or maybe put this rune in, and now I might have another go and have a good time. Where if the answer is like, okay, there's resistance nodes over here, I just need to get 6 more levels so I can get them to then go and fight the boss. Like, I understand there's a level of like, obviously they're good at forward thinking problem solving, but like when you're like in the moment and you're like, damn, I'm struggling right now. What am I going to do right now? It needs to be a more immediate solution. And that's where the passive tree solves it in one regard, but doesn't solve it in another regard. And it's important that, yes, the runes are there to solve that problem, and certain items are there. And sure, it's easy. It is not necessarily incorrect to say that those tools aren't as readily available as they should be.
Yeah. Yeah, I also think part of it is that we're definitely not dropping enough gear. Like the state of my gear, it's quite rough. Like a lot of the things I've found throughout the campaign ends up being 1 or 2 stat items, if that.
But isn't that just but this is the thing I would say about that is like, okay, when you're saying your gear isn't good enough, you're also just saying the monsters are too powerful. Like it can just be the monsters. Like I don't think that it needs like there's an element here of like you might just be conditioned to wearing rares in every slot all the time, which doesn't have to be the case. Well, like the gear power is entirely relative to monster power. So if you're saying your gear isn't good enough, it doesn't have to be the gear needs to get better. It can just be that the monsters are too hard.
Sure, if you like, if you're talking about also like damage and like I said, speed. But okay, can you give me an idea then? On, like, when
that's
do you
important though,
think
because
the player...
one of the things that PoE2 has
Christ.
gotten us is that
Ziz
you're not
didn't
just
even
saturating on
finish the
rares like halfway
question.
through Act 1 anymore. Like you actually do, and what that
You
actually
don't know-
means is that you have situations where you change from a rare to a magic. In some cases, you're like changing
don't know what he
around
was
your
going
gear
to
through the
say.
campaign, and it results in way more like gear upgrades as you go through the campaign. Like there's way more often because you'll downgrade to a blue, but then you'll find a a regal and you'll upgrade it, and then you'll add some more mods and so on. And like just the amount of gear changes that are happening through the campaign is very, very high. And so if we just dropped more gear,
I've also
then we
only
would
had
lose
like
out
5
on
regal
that.
orbs.
And whereas if we lower monster power, then you're improving the like you don't need we wouldn't need to do that. And once again, that doesn't necessarily say that the gear is in exactly the right place, but what I am saying is that like it isn't just buff items. Like it is a question of player power relative to monster power.
But the thing is, like, we aren't switching out gear a lot, though. I think a lot of us feel like we're like finally finding, let's say, like a glove with 60 life and 15 fire risk, and then we end up keeping that all the way until maps because we aren't really finding anything else. We have very little currency to craft with and stuff, and a lot of people also reported finding like a large chunk of the majority of their currency in Act 1, where maybe people find as much as like 3 to 10 exalts in Act 1, and then find 0 in Act 2 and 3. So it seems like very, very early heavy.
I can't really explain why that would happen because like the gear, like the
exactly
way
what
that loot
happened,
drops doesn't change. The only thing that changes is the number of magic and rare monsters that exist. And so over time, the amount of loot you get increases through the game just
8
because the
Chula's
number of rare
orbs,
and magic monsters
and then
increases.
I
And due to
haven't
the way
found
the
another
currency
one.
drops work in PoE
I
2,
have dropped
the
a
more
total
of those
of
you
8
get, the more
exalts.
rare currency you'll get, which means that
I've
like,
generated
it'll just feel like
5
you get more
regal
currency.
orbs.
So like that isn't a phenomenon that I understand for sure. Like you should be getting more currency as you go through the acts for sure. Like that is as far as I understand.
Several times I've been joking about making new characters to farm currency, and a lot of people like said they agreed. So
thankfully, we can relatively easily, if we need to, pretty much after this, add some logging for that and go and see what's actually happening. Because
that is unusual. Like I can't explain why that would be the case.
I concur. There isn't. It shouldn't work that way. It shouldn't be that way. So if that is the case, which isn't necessarily true, but it could be. We're never going to rule out any bug or unintended thing where we can get some logging for that relatively fast and just check the data and actually see what's happening.
But I also do want to understand why some people feel like they get a lot of currency and others don't. Like I just don't understand what can be the responsible for that. Because like, it's like I wouldn't say that every time I want 6 mods I can get them, but I would say that I'm using exalts like all through the campaign. I'm using regals all through the campaign. I'm like rolling like from up from whites to rares like pretty continuously as you're going through. So
look
like,
at all the shit I'm
about
holding.
that I need to understand.
Yeah, I mean, even like I would say
Where
myself,
are you
I
getting
got
them?
very like few regals and stuff to use. Like definitely was not on the rich end during the campaign.
Well, how many is a few?
I'd say through the campaign, I dropped probably 4 regals.
Yep.
Well, hang on, but we're not talking about dropping only. We're talking about disenchanting too, right?
So, because of crafting being so RNG, I will generally have opted in. I've tried both, obviously, between like disenchanting, but I find that I benefit more from gambling than from actually trying to crafting. My experience with crafting is picking up every blue, looking for 1 stat, regaling, and then that missing and the item not being usable. So
if you're not disenchanting rares, then you certainly won't get a lot of regals. Like
sure, but I've tried both.
Right.
Yeah, dude, no joke,
I can't
6
say
regals in
much as to
total.
that, but
I've disenchanted every rare item I've found.
You don't have regals if like that is where like the primary source of regals through the campaign would be disenchanting.
I pick up every magic socketed quality and rare item. I've been able to regal 6 items. I've been able to use 6 exalts.
It's also quite few
I've gotten
alchemies
8 in
and stuff
total
as well.
I've gotten 10 sockets.
Yeah, alchemies are kind of not really intended to be that common anymore because the intended way to go through to rare is more
the only
via,
thing I could say is
I'm
holding on to a bunch of like rare
alchemies are like relative like the alchemies
stuff
are the kind
like
of like,
this. I'm waiting for a regal.
Alchemy, that's like a kind of
this.
that's
I'm
the
waiting to have
uncommon
any
thing that
exalts to be able to put on it.
Not the like kind of common
I'm holding on
workaday
to this because
crafting
it
that you're doing all
had
the
3
time.
good stats, and I might need to go back to it.
It should be that the regals are the primary source of
going through the
crafted
campaign.
rares. In that regard.
I'm
Well, the good
holding
benefit
every
here is
ring
we have so many
that I can
players right now
reforge.
that we can just get some data and get some analytics very, very quickly
picked
about
these
what
up.
this actually is.
Yeah.
And you might find that it's just very sensitive to, you know, there's
I
always
have
just going to be a portion of
zero
unlucky
ability
players and
to
a
craft.
portion of lucky players. Like, I
Yeah.
definitely know that there's a lot of swinginess, of course.
I'm
and
holding
that
on
can
to every
happen,
single scepter and
again,
reforging them in
that-
hopes.
It might just be that, and I know you've probably played more than most, so arguably you should have the you should have the most amount of data from a purely anecdotal perspective. So, you know, you probably have the best average going on, the most accurate average, I should say. But that being said, like, we have the capacity to look into this very quickly, and we can just do so probably even today and figure out what's going on and whether or not it meets our expectations. So.
The next thing I want to ask you about is the ailment thresholds. You have like how easy it is for the player to be stunned, player to be frozen and stuff. And I would say that feels a little bit overly punishing when we don't have as many solutions or tools, right? Because we have one charm slot, and it is quite difficult to get a second or third. And that's competing for freeze immune, stun immune, poison immune, ignite immune, and chaos immune. Chaos resist. And bleed. Now, I would say poison, ignite, and bleed from the monsters don't actually do that much right now. But if it did, like, this would be a very, very heavily competed for, like, singular solution to doing anything with that. And as an addendum to the question, I wonder, would you consider letting belts get more implicit charm slots based on item level? So, like, maybe at like 50 plus, they have 2, and at 81, they get 3.
We probably will increase the number of charm slots. Like, that is something that we like kind of were intending to do and never got to yet.
Yeah.
But I don't think that the ailment threshold was in the right place before. Like, effectively ailments didn't exist before we changed that. So like we needed something that was going to actually cause them to happen. Like, you know, during the campaign before you got frozen like 3 times the whole campaign, it kind of was a bit. It was a bit silly.
Do know we didn't actually universally double the stunning. This, I know you mentioned that, just to clear.
It was ailments that changed, not stunning.
They stun you more as things get higher level. The expected amount of stun threshold you should have goes up. So it's not, but it's pretty minimal throughout the entire campaign. But what we also increased is the you gain a bunch of stun threshold when you get light stun, so you have way lower probability of getting stun locked. But then I would also point out, like, some of those charms just suck because it doesn't even mitigate the stun that stunned you. And that is just something that we initially did, and they were like, oh, we need to change this, and then it just got lost in the weeds. So, like, the other thing is changing those, and I know the resistance ones work this way as well. Like, those just need to also cancel out the thing that caused it, or mitigate the thing that caused it, and those where some do and some don't. So that needs to change 100%. And then, yes, we need more slots. I think we're actually going to support up to 6 slots. That isn't to say that everyone will trivially have 6, but there is UI for it.
6 is only... 6 is a thing you might be able to do with uniques and stuff like that. It's not something that you get
but it was certainly our expectation, or intention, I should say, that we give out more slots so that people are running more. Like, 1 is not what you should be running. Like, 2 certainly at high end minimum, and like probably 3 and like sometimes 4 wouldn't be unreasonable.
Okay.
But it's interesting that even the ailment threshold change we made has not really affected most of the ailments that you just said. Like, you just were saying that, like, you know, that bleed, poison, and stuff are not really doing much yet. And it's like
freezes.
Like that wasn't even like even halving that number apparently wasn't enough to make those be a thing that you need to care about. Like, only frozen is the one that really kind of changed, I think. And, like, for the most part, that you actually noticed. The stun thing is separate. It's not part of the ailment threshold change.
Yeah, I mean, but if they did do a lot of damage, that would be very overwhelming right now and things we can deal with.
Well, but I mean, yeah, like, it's not like we want it to be overwhelming.
It's a bit of a different game,
right?
Like,
but
when you get the mod and modifiers and map mods and everything involved.
Sure. But you know, it does need to happen sometimes in order for it to actually be something that's worth mitigating. So now we just need to look at the actual, the charm stuff as well.
Yeah.
And do you think the implicit will be tied to item level at all? So it'll be something that you don't necessarily have to do a crazy investment or a path on the tree?
I don't know what the answer to that is. I have to think about how we want to introduce that. Like, that is one way. I mean, but there might be other ways. I just have to look at that.
The other thing is like charm. There's a level of like reviewing charms in general is just how aside from how many you have and not just their implicit like their base value. There's also just
Not really.
I'd say a lot of the modifiers on them are just absolutely like nonsense. It's like, oh, recover 4 mana when it procs. It's like, okay, thanks. That's not a useful thing to happen. So there's a bunch of affixes there we just need to make better as well, and we may as well probably do that at the same time, unless of course it makes it take longer, in which we'd rather just get out the number of charms first. So
Yeah. In PoE1, we have masteries. I'm a huge fan of those, especially for temporary solutions. Is that something you're open to bringing back in PoE2?
I'm not a huge fan of them because they ended up devaluing the notables a lot. Like the notables became really bland when masteries were introduced, and it's like, and it also means that like the where you are on the tree didn't matter as much either, which like kind of wasn't amazing. So I think that we like prefer to have it be a
I'll be
situation
honest,
where the notables are more
I
interesting.
don't
and
need
do
them
think
to
that in
just
PoE2,
bring everything
the
from
notables are
PoE1
very
into
interesting. Like, it's something
PoE2.
that,
This is
I
like
think
very
is notably
specific,
good.
targeted. Make
So
this
more
game
work to do there.
PoE1.
But there is more work to
type
do. But
questions.
I don't love the way that the masteries kind of like blandified the notables, and so I think we can. That's probably. I think I prefer it. Just putting the power in the notables rather than the masteries.
But I don't feel like they're directly competing at each other, right? You can still have like really interesting masteries and notables. Like those notables can still be super interesting.
I mean, there's only so many stats that can exist, but I mean, look, fundamentally everything competes with every other thing because of the way that due to mod dilution. So like you have to, you have to budget that in some level. Otherwise you just get a situation where you've got so many effects on your character that like everything, that like nothing, no one thing matters at all. So like that's, just.
I'm a bit more torn about this one personally because I do agree there are downsides, but on the other hand, it's the one that added it to PoE1. So like I'm a little bit like.
Well, I don't think it was obvious at the time. What downside that would have. I mean, that was certainly not something that I would be against.
There's also just like the passive tree is like overwhelmingly complicated to people,
right?
And so having this extra layer on it was probably my biggest thing of like, oh no, we made the thing that scares people the most more scary.
Right.
Because there's this extra layer that they have to, an extra keyword they have to know about. And that was my main thing of like, maybe we should just simplify the thing that is like the scariest thing. Like that was a big argument to me, but there are, there's intermediary grounds there as well. But yeah, there's like downsides to it for sure. Like I agree. There's also maybe a way to make them work. I don't know.
But I mean, what's the goal of it, right? Like if the goal is to give you temporary solutions, then we don't necessarily have to solve it there. We could just solve it in a different place, and then it wouldn't be necessarily something
that is also true.
That's going to give you the downsides that we see that those ones having.
It's also just as a player, it is just very fun. Like I absolutely enjoy it. And it definitely, I can tell you, it does not make me feel like notables are devalued. I was even more exciting because you get it when you get the notable.
It's hard to identify that in the moment because like. You don't notice the lack of something you don't notice the lack of something of what something could have been in the same way that you notice like the thing that's in front of you that you're enjoying. You know what I mean? Like it's harder to appreciate the fact that the notables are less cool in PoE1.
Sure.
Like, because you're not thinking about that. You're thinking I want the.
I mean, you can at least rest assured that we're going to think about why they were important and what we could do to solve them, whether it be that means or another. Like, the good thing about these is all of the things almost everything you bring up is going to result in some sort of multi-hour discussion between us over the next week. So
that's good.
Which is the huge benefit of these things for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, thank you for doing it. But the next one's something I care a lot about, especially as a hardcore player. Defenses seem very undertuned compared to offense, and just like anecdotally, if the two options, right, if we look at it in a bit of hyperbole, where I get to watch like tankiness be out of hand or offense be out of hand, so like literally somebody walking up to a boss and one-shotting it, or looking at somebody standing there be immortal, right? I always think like if one should be out of hand, it's more interesting when the defensive one is out of hand. You still get to see the boss abilities and stuff like that. It seems so much easier always, and I think most patches have been like this, where it's always easier to scale offense rather than defense. And I wonder a little bit how you feel about that.
Well, you're not wrong that often the best defense is stacking all of the damage.
Yeah.
I mean, we've suffered from this for a long while. It is ultimately a consequence of just having the game be, like, again, talking about the hip firing and things be a bit unregulated with respect to the levels of uniques and builds and stuff going everywhere and hard to think of it all. And like, but it is generally true that we have more offensive. I guess people find damage in general to be more fun as a investment avenue.
That
for
is
sure.
the real thing, is that most people would prefer to invest in offense generally.
I
Like,
agree
that
with
is
that.
mostly the case.
But then shouldn't defense be even more encouraged then for the people that want to? Because even as a hardcore player, I almost feel like it's the opposite. Like anecdotally, for example, for point one, and full disclosure, I have not been able to get to Arbiter yet, right? We're very early in the league, so I don't know if you made them do less damage. But in point one, other people were doing some testing, and I asked softcore players to try a little bit. And there were people that were getting one-shot by Arbiter moves with 15k life. Some that are like kind of hard. So as a hardcore player, what I felt like then, I was like, well, and since I can't really tank, like there are multiple moves here that I can't tank, not just like one big telegraphed one-shot, but there are multiple here that I can't tank. So what I did to over-prepare instead was I went in with so much damage that I just one-shot the boss. Which is a little bit deflating for me. I would say Arbiter was one of the least fun bosses, whereas I would way rather go in and be so tanky that I can make a few mistakes, and then end up leaving.
It's quite hard to split the difference between being tanky and being immortal. Like, surprisingly hard to get that right. And when I say that, it's because you can regenerate life very quickly. And so if you don't die, like, okay, and the other thing as well is that boss abilities that do those big hits take a long time, right? And like the bosses often can't hit you again immediately afterwards. It's like they'll do their big ability, and it's not like it's going to just immediately follow up with something that's going to chip you down either. So
yeah,
like,
but
if
we
you
can't
fail,
tank them.
No, but what I'm getting towards is that if if you don't have
stacking
something that's
debuffs
gonna do a
and
lot of
rage
damage
timer
at the for those big hits, like, we just have to be very careful, because like if like let's say that one of those big hits did only, like, you know, a third of your life, you know, something like that. I don't think that then the boss would ever be able to kill you ever, because it would have to effectively be able to do three of those, like, of those things before you can regenerate them. So what you're really asking for, and this is something we discussed a lot in the past, by the way, what you're asking for is for a more attrition-based gameplay style, like a more MMO style like thing.
So yeah.
And what you're really saying then is that you want flasks to do way less regeneration, and you want regeneration to be controlled way more in general, and then have a more attrition-based gameplay style. And that kind of just isn't a PoE way of doing things. Now, like, I mean, that could be a thing we could change to. Like, that would be an option that we would have, but it would be like, it would be the balance change of the universe to do something like that. Like, it would be a complete redesign of all the damage and like bosses and like the whole way everything works. Like change to more attrition style would just be like a you know, an apocalyptic level of balance change compared to what we have, for sure.
I mean, I'm not 100% sure I agree with that. And I was going to ask, do you think the goal of a difficult boss should be to kill the player or to deny the player the loot?
I don't understand what that means.
So when you're leaning more towards attrition-based gameplay, right, you're recognizing as a player that you've entered a fight that you're maybe not fully ready for, you're maybe getting the boss to 30%, you're not able to finish it, and you're like, I have to leave this fight, I'm not strong enough. As opposed to punching the player with death, you're already just taking away the loot anyway. There's not an XP loss anyway at the moment.
I mean, that's, I guess we're not thinking in those terms at all. Like, we're just like, but okay, sure, you're talking, okay, like, so okay, so that question, I would say, only makes sense in an attrition based gameplay context, which is not what we have. So like, it kind of means that like the boss doing abilities to be able to the boss trying to win is
No, you should not
trying to
design
kill
a
you
game
versus
around
denying you to
hardcore at
loot
all.
isn't a different circumstance unless there's
Hardcore
attrition,
is specifically a
we don't have.
challenge you choose to
So,
opt into
like, you know,
for the
it's-
raw purpose of showing a mastery over the mechanics of a game.
What I'm saying is, so what are you not agreeing with then
Well,
about?
Well, I
that
think
assessment?
you do have attrition-based combat on a lot of bosses, right? Because there are many of the like campaign bosses that don't necessarily have one shots. But even just on like as a Viper, as an example, right? I was having a like quite long fight because I wasn't particularly powerful at Viper. So I think I had to reset 7 times without it killing me, but 7 times before I was able to actually kill Viper on my build because I was running out of flasks. You don't have a good way to regen them during the fight.
So I'm not when I'm talking about attrition gameplay, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about attrition in the sense that your life pool is something that goes down over long periods of time rather than something that moves around.
Well, it effectively is through the fast, right?
Well, yes.
I was no longer able to recover.
So yes, to the extent that we have attrition-based gameplay, the attrition is through the flask. You are correct. Like attrition via flask is what we have. What I'm saying though there. Well, okay, sure, fair enough. Like, yeah, the flasks do give you the attrition, and so therefore
The campaign is quite attritioned.
It's
just that
way,
the kind of cap comes off, so to speak, at end game, where like it can be very It's certainly the case with a concept like Leech that the moment that a boss can't one-shot you at all, which...
Well, okay, like if you removed all sources of flask charge gain out, like that you could do in a boss fight, then you could probably reduce the size of the big monster hits.
Well, just to check real quick as well, just because specifically talking about Arbiter, there's kind of a few things going on. Like, it is the intention that the skills, and which happens in the game and PoE1 as well, and like some people might argue it's some sort of bad design or not. I kind of like it. There are other skills that are more like your personal agility or dexterity based, and you have to avoid them, and that's like, you know, stand in the elder donuts and the, you know, the dances and the like move into the lanes and the, you know, bullet hells-esque things where it's like that's not really your character as much. Like, are you thinking those are fine, or are those, whether or not they're exactly tuned in this context, like in terms of timing, but are you okay with the idea that those kill you and you don't get to make, like, whether or not they could be more lenient is a different question, but like, are you okay with those killing you and kind of your defenses don't really matter? Like, are those the problem? Is what I'm just trying to understand exactly what skills are a problem.
Yeah, so for the Arbiter, I feel like there are multiple, right? You have the corridor move. That was pretty much always a one-shot, right? And sometimes, obviously, like you were saying, that wasn't like the main topic, but they can spawn almost too far away. I remember seeing a clip of like Quinn running slightly in the wrong direction, and then he sees the corridors the other way, and he's like, "Oh, it's over for me." You have the Arbiter move where he does like the fake out meteor, where he starts like firing the beam into it and stuff. I guess the way, like, as a player, I would want defense to be is the more I invest into defense, the larger my room for error should be. Which is where I'm feeling there's a big disjoint now, right? Where it just isn't. And then I'm entirely incentivized to go full offense because I'm still having enough defense that those mid-range hits and small hits, they're still not one-shotting me. So all I need to be able to do is tank them. And then, yeah, I just don't have an option for huge one-shots at all.
Okay, so yeah, I understand the point of view from that one. The main thing is just we're going to have to be really careful with the balance to make sure that it isn't now just like, you know, 20% of investment of the way there. Now you don't get one shot by them, so you just hold down, you know, whatever button on the boss or whatever, and now you're leeching permanently and you're fine. That's the concern. So like, if it is a like universal... Okay, like for example, would it be okay that, I mean, look, the corridor, let's use that as the example. So the corridor obviously has some like, okay, it's too hard to get, we need to probably improve the way the lanes spawn such that you don't get into that situation where like, this is literally impossible for me to run there unless I have X or Y.
And even when you do, you overshoot it because
There
you
is
can't
the
stop
thing where,
the
like,
skill.
okay, for example, if like life regen wasn't regulated, like, do you really think any player in the game, like, this is, I'm not saying this is wrong or right, should just be able to AFK in that?
Um,
I'm just curious.
yeah. So definitely, I prefer that over watching people one-shot bosses. 100% with enough investment.
Well, look, no, we won't disagree, but
Right.
just like,
Yeah.
I'm just curious. Do you actually think it should be okay or able to?
Yeah, I'm not entirely against something just being a straight up one shot, like failing the memory game, for example, in PoE1. Like, I'm not inherently against that. But I do think the current ones are a little bit like too fast to be those one shots.
Yeah, I agree. I just think there is two problems here, which I'm interested in. One is mechanics feeling fair, which there are things here that are unfair, and that is bad, and they need changing. And I will get that adjusted today. And I'll get that on live as soon as I can, which might even also be today. The other thing would be that the bigger thing, which is that investing in defense is not allowing you to mitigate it. It's like, so different from the corridor skill. There's just like whether or not investing in defense enough, it gives you enough defense against things in general, against the bosses, which maybe isn't the case. It might be that yes, you investing in defense needs to be more advantageous right now for sure. And like, don't get me wrong, there's nothing more, and I've spoken about this before in the past, there's nothing more demoralizing than putting, hundreds of hours into a boss and then it's just like deleted. And it's like, oh, great. That was.
But it's also demoralizing to just watch someone sit there and face tank it and just attack it with no, like, not even having to move. Like, that's also
especially without the gear.
Like, it's kind of it's almost a bit ridiculous to discuss like which of these two horrible outcomes is better. Like, like, surely the actual answer is like neither of them should be happening.
No, I agree. It's just that it's pretty rare that we've seen defense be the really OP one. That's all, right? Like, we very often see offense.
Maybe it is, but like, I think that's probably also a lot around the fact that people like building glass cannons. Like, that is a thing people just like doing. And so, like, the amount of incentivization, and so then there's the issue of like, well, I mean, let me put it this way. Even if right now, and I don't know whether this is the case or not, like, it probably isn't, but even if defense was overtuned compared to damage, I think that you're still not going to incentivize people to do that until you get to the point where they're immortal. Like, I don't think getting 80% of the way to immortality is actually enough even for people to still not want to build glass cannons. And so you kind of got like that issue of like, it's just really, really hard to get that balance right. So the, like, and that isn't to say that we won't try, but I'm just saying that like, it is people, there just tends to be an erring on the side of offense for that reason. And I don't think either immortality or insta-killing bosses is right. So like, the people probably concentrate on the damage more.
Yeah, especially, I mean, we have a bigger problem, especially with just in general, just thinking about it, like damage also now resulting in crowd control amplifies the problem even further.
What's very interesting about this conversation is that you ignore all damage which does not kill you. So anything that kills you must be a one-shot, and you lose the perspective of that experience.
There are problems here, 100%.
Which is really hard to quantify.
Well, yeah, I have other questions about defense as well. So armor break, I would say, like, effectively disables armor, right, as a defense for hardcore. It's sort of like when it comes around, it kind of like shuts down your main form of defense. You're feeling like very tanky if you do invest into armor. Well, ideally, I do still armor needs a buff. But I guess the problem I have with Armor Break and Fizz Overwhelm in PoE1 is that it's just so crazy to me to have something effectively shut down your defense from time to time. So yeah, I are you happy with Armor Break and Fizz Overwhelm being in the game?
Well, in PoE2 context, I am not happy with the current state of Monster Armor Break. No, that is also on my change today list. So I need to, there's a few things. It was meant to be that they're breaking flat amounts of armor, and that isn't, so if the more you stack, the less significant the armor break becomes from the enemy. I suspect there might be some sources of percentage based in there, which are just like it disincentivizes. I mean, it just means that the more you have, the more you're relying on armor, the more punished it's going to be. So
Yeah.
I just need to do a quick audit. There's not that many sources, thankfully, so it won't take long, and I just need to make sure that it's working. And then there are possibly cases where it is just doing too much, and yeah, it's just like, yeah, it acts as an insane weakness. But yeah, I know 100% agreed it is not in the right spot, and also on the today list. So I need to make sure that we go back, get the community team to go back through this afterwards and make sure I don't forget about all these things. But no, that one I already have. There's that and the speed and a bunch of these other, and Arbiter, and there's a whole bunch of stuff here.
Yeah, we've gone over a lot already. Do you think in the short term we could see just like a straight up number buff to armor while you're trying to work out a long-term solution?
Oh no, but I'm not talking about a long-term solution for the armor break thing. I'm talking about it'll be solved.
No,
today.
I know, but like that's what I mean for armor too.
I see what you're saying. Sorry, misunderstood. Yeah, sure. I can't
in order to change,
be able to immediately say that.
In order to change armor, we'd need to be able to understand why it's bad. And I don't think just changing the number right now is right for that.
Okay, that's fair.
Like, I don't think we've fully understood the
we
issue
did a
there.
few things. Like there was some overwhelm on some bosses, and we removed it. And there was there were too many skills converting too much into element. And I think we pushed back a lot of that. So like, it obviously makes the armor more effective against those abilities, and like there's a lot more of that we probably need to reevaluate as well, just across the board.
Yeah.
But that stuff's really fast to change. As for just a global number shift,
but that's an example right there of why just changing the number wouldn't have even helped, right? Like if the problem is elemental damage, then making armor stronger wouldn't have done anything for that. So like, it's so important to understand the reason before we just make changes.
Obviously, the danger there by moving more.
Jonathan is mad.
It then makes it worse. For,
I think this has been
non-armor builds as well, but that increases the power of armor.
Reasonable
the
part
others,
of the conversation.
You've got to be careful with
this
that.
seems just like an interesting conversation about the
ideology.
Maybe there's something we can do more
in how it pertains to
I would
the pain
definitely love
points.
more access to different forms of defense, and I know that is definitely an EA problem where just not everything is in yet. But just to like anecdotally run you through my experience, I am a Smith of Kitava, so I have like the shared res and the shared max res. So I'm 89, 90, 90. And for a long time I was like 85, 86, 87. So very high alley res. And on top of that, I was wearing a
which means yes, currently moving more into Fizz is probably going to be to your detriment.
Yeah, sure. But even with that and a Cloak of Flames, and I can't remember the name, Hollow something, but there's the unique helmet with like 15% Fizz reduction. Even with all of that mitigation, I was like, at the start of today's stream, I was very rough until I got my 4th lab. That I was able to like improve it a little bit, but it felt a little bit weird to me as a player that I've like my entire ascendancy was defense based. I picked up every defense I could on the tree, and I was trying so hard to get really good gear too, and it was very rough on defense.
I mean, what I immediately probably will do after is I'm just going to grab your character, put it locally, and then just kind of have a look at that, just so I can get a better exact understanding. But like, sure.
I can give you a snapshot before I because now with regen it has been.
We have it all. We have it all. Don't worry.
Perfect.
We can take anyone's character from live and just play with it. It's not a
perfect. Yeah. The regen did make a big difference, but I'm still seeing a lot of issues there. Another thing that has been brought up a lot, and I thought was a really good point, was we see chaos damage very early in PoE2. In PoE1, it was like generally something we'd see a lot later. Would you be open to considering something like the Chaos Soul Core being a rune instead, something that we can like get early? It's definitely a big part of what makes Viper so scary. Is it's almost impossible to get Chaos Res early on. But yeah.
Yeah, it's impossible.
It sounds like a sort of more of a hardcore related concern, because in standard you wouldn't like it's just balanced to be okay, but in hardcore where you're wanting to definitely not die, it's like a different concern, and I don't think we would have thought about it in that way previously.
It is sort of a medium core concern, because like if you can't get past the boss, you are just stuck there.
Oh, sure, but like I mean the damage, like it's balanced assuming 0 chaos resist, right? So like
Well, Viper's hard.
It is hard. It is a hard
I
fight.
think
Just,
she's the
that's just a
hardest boss
side
in the
note
game.
that's separate. But
Yeah.
like in terms of
think
just
Viper's
the
fine,
fact that it's
honestly.
chaos damage, I don't think is as relevant in standard play because like we're balanced assuming you have no chaos
Well,
resistance, and so therefore,
What does she do that's chaos? Obviously, the big
Yeah.
purple meteor storm that
Yeah.
I want to make some changes to because it just creates too much mess on the ground. It's a little bit lacking clarity or that fairness
Well,
problem. And then
the
how
spare
many of her
things,
skills?
right? I'm assuming.
So the way it works is aside from poison itself dealing chaos damage, the only other things that are chaos damage are anything that is purple.
Yeah.
Right.
So all of her green stabs and slashes, none of that is chaos, and none of it
So
should
it's
be
physical.
chaos.
It's
I should
physical
say.
hits, and then the poison. If it poisons you, then it is chaos damage. But because the poison damage is based on the hit, your armor effectively mitigates the chaos damage because it reduced the hit size.
Right.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So yeah, the meteor thing is a problem, but it's like more of a fairness problem because ideally you should be able to dodge that pretty reliably every time. Right now, it's a bit of a mess.
It is hard to dodge that.
Yes, but aside from that, it would only be the poison, of which, yes, your other defenses would, I mean, armor in particular and evasion would mitigate.
Right.
But yes, I do. It is the case, by the way, that if a thing like any snake spitter that's spitting at you with some green poison thing, that aside from the poison debuff, which I believe you said kind of wasn't that dangerous earlier in general, and maybe there are certain cases where it is.
It's definitely dangerous if you're playing an evasion card. Like that poison
but
feels lethal, and that's once again because the armor didn't.
The hit is never chaos damage, just to be
Okay.
clear. Which in PoE1 it is. It's like half chaos, half fizz.
Yeah. No, I did not know that. I fully thought the spares from the side, which a lot of people say is the most dangerous attack, I thought that was chaos. Because it's a very heavy
just
hit.
fizz.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's probably just more of a Viper is too hard problem.
Right. Makes sense. I wanted to ask you a little bit
She is
about.
hard.
She's very hard. I wanted to ask you a little bit about pushing. As a player,
Is she
I experience that
hard?
sometimes. Like as like it's almost seems like desync to me, if I'm being frank.
Yeah. Pushing feels like
Is
shit.
there an option to have more source of push resistance? Something, for example, like the more strength the character has, or wearing heavy armor. It does seem a little silly to a lot of people that like people maybe have 300, 500 strength, or they're wearing like full plate, but like yeah, a lot of monsters are just pushing you around very easily.
Yeah, we talked about this. You
It
said
does
you're gonna.
currently exist as a concept of mitigating it, because it was meant to be more of a physical thing of. Well, there's two things.
It
There's
just
like
feels
monsters
bad.
pushing you because you literally cannot occupy the same space as them.
Push feels
So here
bad.
are we talking right now about monster charge abilities, or are we talking about like a
Just like when
sword,
they- yeah.
sword swing?
The number one thing that has been noticeable for me is that like little, I think it's called an antline maybe or something. It's like the little like yellow beast that like rolls on you. That still does take you for a ride.
Okay, sure. Well, in that case, it's probably just a matter of fixing that particular thing. Like, I suspect that the answer to this one is not we need a mitigation. Really, it's more just like we just need to look at places that are like just monsters that are bad and just fix them individually.
There are certain things I wanted to do, like I wanted it to be, and there were technical limitations here that we probably need to reevaluate. But I wanted it to be when you were blocking or parrying and you got hit, you got knocked less back because you technically did deflect them.
Right.
In the parry case in particular, and
In
like
some cases, there's just push direction. Like maybe the ant lions
Yeah, and
are
then
not
some-
pushing you
well,
side with that thing.
the
And
charges and things taking you a ride has been like honestly the bane of my year.
that's just a
Yeah.
that's more of a just specific setup of specific monsters and stuff like that. Like, did we fix what's his name, the lumberjack guy?
In theory, but it seems to regress.
It still happens sometimes.
It seems
there's
to
something-
just break every.
I
week.
don't think this is a like balance question. I think it's just a technical like we just need to fix some places and
Yeah. I just wonder.
There is also some desync we need to fix because
yeah, sure. There's also that too.
annoying.
Yeah. Is pushing something you would consider temporarily removing until you have fixed the issue?
Not at all. No, it will make the game feel like dog shit if we do that. Like there's just lots of things that you need to have some pushing in order to make work. Like
Okay.
I think it's more just specific monsters.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm not 100% sure I agree with that, but we'll move on.
That's because you haven't seen it without it. Like Yeah,
that's fair. That's true.
If
Like,
we
there's a
turn
lot
off
of
all
things.
sources of pushing, it would just be it would be a disaster.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So during early access, we've talked about like respecs and lowering respec costs and stuff. And I wanted to bring up the point that a lot of players are using a large amount of their gold on gambling, because a lot of people are falling behind or feeling behind on gear. So I wonder if you would consider further lowering costs and even like reopen the conversation on ascendancy respec during early access, especially since you've been talking about that you are going to be buffing things. So let's say somebody's like, oh wow, Flame Blast looks really cool. I would love to be able to try that, but maybe redoing the entire campaign again, which could be over 20 hours for a lot of people, feels very prohibitive.
I do find it to be maybe not. I do find it to be very fucking cheap right now. Is the thing.
Exactly. I can't say personally I've run into that as a problem. Like, I'll respec my character all the time. I don't even think twice about it.
Yeah.
Like, it's not been a concern,
Like,
really.
what are...
I guess it depends how much you gamble or not.
It probably
Well,
does.
at that point, yeah. But even like I'm saying, even if you're just like early, so I don't think it takes that long to actually do a pretty substantial
I
respec.
have to admit that I haven't been gambling in my playthroughs, really. Like, I was, like, probably about 6 months ago, I was doing that all the time, and I just haven't really been doing it recently.
When we did the like gold model and respec costs, we had assumptions of like, here's how much people will spend on vendors, and here's how much, and there's probably look, those assumptions assume a perfect world of that person exactly doing that thing, and so yes, if anyone was to stray from that assumption, then now not going to be able to afford one thing over the other.
What I'm actually hearing right now, by the way, from this and an earlier conversation we had, is that I need to not be I need to do some disenchantless runs, because apparently I'm not testing something that players are actually doing. Like, my runs are entirely like I disenchant every rare on my runs generally, and so if that's a different behavior, then I need to test that and see what the experience is like. Because like the whole like there's not enough currency thing, there's not, like stuff like that, and like and if you're telling me that you're like selling your rares and buying gambling all the time, and then you're also saying you don't have gold for respecs, it's like, well, this is just like a materially different playstyle that I'm not currently testing myself.
Right.
So like I think that's what I need to do to see what's going on with that.
And with the last point I made, would you, especially with the fact that there are going to be buffs coming during this, would you be?
I don't think that anything changes between early access and not early access regard. By the way, like I think that if the argument is that it should like. I think the argument is the same regardless of whether it's early access. Like, I don't think the early access is a part of this decision regardless. It's just, what is the price supposed to be? We should get it correctly to that.
Well,
price.
sure, but I'm talking about
ascendancies.
ascendancy respec was what I wanted to.
Yeah, otherwise it depends a little bit on the
Damn it,
severity
Jonathan.
of
Let
the
him finish a
change.
fucking question, my dude. Like,
But,
it's crazy energy. Like,
it depends partly also on just how much
Ziz
we
is
change.
taking adversarial point because
without knowing
he is,
how big those changes
attempting
are,
to
'cause
defend
I
the
need
experiences of the
get
player
in there
base,
and
which I
actually
think
do
is
them
his
first
job
and
here.
then make that decision really.
And I think the devs probably feel very attacked, right?
There
Like,
are
if I'm going to
certainly
do armchair
options there.
psychology, the devs feel
It
very
is important
attacked
to me
right
to
now,
make
'cause
sure
this
that
is a
I understand exactly where I sit on the ascendancy
hyper-vitriolic
class respec
response
thing, because the moment that's
from the
turned
player
on,
base.
it ain't going back. So that is blocked by me, and I will take
But,
whatever
like,
is necessary
Jonathan,
on that one.
Ziz
I understand
didn't
it.
do this to you, my guy.
Well,
your players are the most toxic fucking
Can I ask you a
air
question
bitches.
about
I don't know
it?
what to tell you.
Sure.
Do you feel like it is absolutely necessary to have those both be permanent choices? Because you already do have the character class itself be a permanent choice, right?
Oh no, and I'm like, I do understand. Do be clear. I am on the fence about this. Like, I can't say that. Like, I'm like, oh, I can't believe PoE1 has ascendancy class respecing. Like, I'm all for that as well. It's just I'm also for the more permanent decision. I'm just like, I need to find the variable that makes me be able to, or the articulation to be able to go one way or the other. And it's very easy to just fold on that. Like, very easy. It'd be very easy to just be like, we're going to change it right now. But it's not, when you have the things that you can't come back from, like, you definitely want to be certain to some degree. There are some other staff that share the same sentiment as me, and I might just go and have a bigger discussion and actually figure that out. And like, it is true, it's not really fair to make people have to wait for that decision on my behalf. I kind of was like, look, by release, post early access, you will have that decision one way or the other, and that will be the way it is. But yeah, fair enough. If the argument is like, if it's going to come up every single time, which is fair, people care about it, then I probably need to press the decision sooner than later. So I'll just get that answered sooner and not have people wait so long. Hopefully, for everyone's sake, it's the answer you want. But if it isn't, well, you might just have to deal with it.
That's fair. That's fair. I think I was curious about, like, so you went with the decision to keep that energy shield does not get bled.
Hey, damn it.
Which is sort of like giving monsters a form to be immune, right? Like it feels very similar to like a monster.
I don't think that we've actually come to a decision on this really. Like,
hey, I'm sorry, y'all. Actually, I gotta go.
I think after the last time this was discussed,
I had plans, and apparently they are right now.
I wouldn't say we've decided that.
Thank you all very much for hanging out.
Like
I'll drop you over at Ziz.
Talk about it. So
sorry. As always, auf Wiedersehen, au revoir, arrivederci, sayonara, so long, ciao, kapkun krab, savadi, gute Nacht, hasta mañana. I'll see you all again. We'll finish up Cruel. We'll get into mapping tomorrow. Appreciate you all so much. Bye-bye. Auf Wiedersehen. Bye-bye. 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 I gotta go eat dinner.